What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, August 8th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, did Archie Manning just give Texas fans reason for hope for 2026? We'll talk about that. Plus, some sound from the current Texas players who were made available after yesterday's practice. What did DJ Campbell, Manny Muhammad, Trey Wisner, and Leonga Lafau have to say about the upcoming season? We've got some NFL preseason chatter to dive into. The Cowboys and Texans will play their first games of the 2025 preseason tomorrow. We have a couple of injury nuggets, too, from around the NFL to dive into, and the latest on the Micah Parsons contract negotiations out of Big D, and maybe some good news for the Buck, who says he's trying to get rid of ice cream. This may make things a little bit easier for you to wean off of your favorite sweet treat. Oh, yeah, a lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We are live and with you for the next 2 hours. A happy Friday to each and every one of you tuned in out there. We appreciate y'all starting off your Friday morning with us. How are you today, my man?
I am fantastic, man. Another good day here at Hotel California. You know, it's a nice surprise, but it's everything's good. The house still standing, animals still alive. I'm still kicking it, so everything's good. I need some rain in the forecast though. I need to drum up a little bit of rain. It's kind of dry up in here.
That's your job.
I know what's going on. It's raining. It seems like it's raining all over the country except for us.
We've had the rainiest summer in history, and you're clamoring for more rain, huh?
I guess August is the month that it doesn't rain. Why am I acting like this? This the month where it rains? I guess it's done until September. So
Yeah, June, July, and August are usually the months where it doesn't rain in Austin. We got a bunch in those other two, so now, we're overdue for a drought.
yeah, I hate it. The gardener in me is like, yeah, it's time to tear down the stuff that I did anyway. Where that spider bit me. I got to go in there and tear all that out with long pants on, long shirt, and gloves, of course. That's got to go this weekend. See you
You haven't
later.
you haven't found the spider yet. You haven't gotten your revenge on him for what he did to
No,
you
I'm going in
last
there with
week.
clippers and lop off the top of the tomato plants that have, exhumed that one spot. And then, I'll get to them later. When I started pulling that out of the ground part, that's when I'll get to them.
Okay.
But yeah, I've got to do that. Mike McCall and his group, are almost finished with the putting green. They'll be done by Tuesday. So I'm putting in some cactuses. You can put them in at any time of the year. They don't care. That's why they're cactuses. They put a mound there so I can put a big cactus mound there. But there's some other stuff that I wanted to put in that would make it look pretty. Well, this ain't the pretty time of the year.
Mm.
So there's some stuff that I just can't put it in the ground. I bought it. Now I've got to pick it up and keep it alive. But I may go by the place today and tell them, hey, do me a favor. Can I come pick this up, in September? Because for me, all I'm going to do is put it aside, water it, and it's going to die.
Yeah, you plant something right now, it looks pretty for about a week, and then it's done, and you've got to
Yeah.
throw it away.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I do stuff. I had these two nice plants in the front of the house in these pots that made it for 2 years. For some odd reason this year, I'm looking at it. The leaves are like cornflakes. Doesn't mean it's dead. Just I'm going to give it some chance. So I'm going to water the hell out of it. Hopefully it'll pop back, but it may not. It may. All I have to do is break a couple stems and see if the sticks are like, you know, if they're crackly and done and there's no green, then it's dead already. And a lot of time around here, what happens is ants get into the plants and they eat the roots. So the plant's still sticking up, but those stupid fire ants live inside. They come underneath and go up into the pots and they eat the roots. They survive and get the water off the roots of the plant, that you spend your time watering while they're sucking them dry.
Huh. Interesting phrasing there. You said you
Yes.
were eating leaves. Did I hear that correctly?
The leaves are like cornflakes, like they're crunchy like cornflakes, right? Generally, they're nice and green and soft. But all of a sudden, for some odd reason, I mean, I've watered them enough. It's just, I think what's happened is the ants have sucked all the energy out of the roots of the plants right now.
Mm,
Those little stupid fire ants that are everywhere,
they are everywhere.
boy, they suck.
Yeah, they do. Our guy Jason asked what happened to my porch plant, the desert rose that you gifted me. Oh, maybe a
That
year
thing
and a
went
half
last
ago.
year. That thing died last year.
Yeah, it did not survive the winter. So I think I did just about all I could to keep it alive. But I think I left town, classic, for a wedding, classic. And we had a freeze in Austin, and that killed it off, and it was game
No,
over.
that thing just needed to come inside. Some of those, they can call them whatever they want to, but you get those freezes here, 3 days, 2 days of a freeze here, will screw up. They screw up everything except for those prickly pears can survive anything. You can take a prickly pear and put it on a piece of cardboard and it'll grow.
Huh.
Doesn't
Maybe
even
that's
need
the one
dirt.
I need. Yeah,
Doesn't
that
even
might
need
be my
dirt. That's
only
what you need.
chance.
You need a prickly pear. Just stick it in some dirt. And you don't even have to dig it in the dirt. Just lay it on top of the dirt, BK, and it will survive. Water it once every 2 months, and that's it.
That's a big commitment.
Sounds like it does sound like throw a little ice water, throw a beer, throw the Altstadt beer on top of it, for you once a week, and that
Well,
thing will
I'm
that
not
thing will
wasting an Altstadt beer on no damn plant. I could tell you
yeah,
that.
no doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate what you do for all of us. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Did you watch any preseason football last night, Buck?
Yeah, I watched the quarterback for the Colts get his little finger dislocated, and he
Yeah, that
got
was
somebody missed somebody. You know, that's preseason. When they come clean like that somebody had that responsibility. I don't think a defensive end was the quarterback's guy. Generally, blitzing linebackers belong to the quarterback. That guy
so,
right in his face belonged to somebody. Somebody was supposed to fan out, and somebody was supposed to protect inside. That was just a clean running start to the quarterback.
well, it's interesting you say that because I saw on Twitter last night Jeff Schwartz, who was a longtime offensive lineman in the National Football League and is now an analyst for the NFL. He did like a 2-minute video breakdown of that play, and
And
he's
that
like,
was the
no,
quarterback's guy.
yeah, he's like, the offensive line is supposed to do, or they did what they were supposed to do. He's like, the right tackle is responsible for one of these two guys. And it's almost like his choice, right? He's supposed to take the guy that is the biggest threat to the quarterback. And
Nearest
there was
guy
a,
to the quarterback would be inside, yes.
yep, and there was that linebacker blitzing from the inside. That's the guy the right tackle picked up. So it's on Anthony Richardson to know that. Or, hey, if he wants to adjust that protection pre snap, he could do that. So he could say, all right, I'd rather you take the defensive end and I will deal with the blitzing linebacker up the gut. He
Yeah,
didn't do that.
they generally would rather have a linebacker coming than a big ass defensive end hitting their
Uh,
quarterback from the outside. So,
So yeah,
yeah,
it's one guy's opinion, but it's a guy who played the position for a long
sure.
time in the NFL. So I'm going to go with him. And it's if it wasn't Anthony Richardson, if this had happened to like Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen, a quarterback that's proven that he knows what he's doing out there, then I would probably be like, no, the offensive line screwed up. But because we're talking about Anthony Richardson, who just can't figure it
Sure.
out at this level, to me, it gives more credence to what Jeff Schwartz was saying that no, this was AR 15 screwing something else up. And now, what do you know? He's hurt again.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, the Colts brought in Daniel Jones. They've got a quarterback competition going on in Indy. I don't think either of those guys give any Colts fan any hope that this is going to be a good season for them. But Anthony Richardson, the former top 5 pick, he's the guy that is getting chance after chance after chance. And so far, he has done nothing to make you believe he is a franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I saw his pinky on sideways.
Yeah, it didn't look good, did it?
No, and that's on his throwing hand, isn't it?
Yep. I
Man.
didn't see a official diagnosis after the game. in terms of how long he's going to be out. But, yeah, not the ideal start for him in that quarterback battle there.
Yeah, I wonder if they popped that back in on the sideline or he had to go get that. Yeah, that if you have to have that thing surgically repaired, that is going to be a while on your throwing hand.
Yeah, that's not what you need right there.
No,
Some of the other storylines, Joe Burrow did play a little bit
I
for
did see that.
Cincinnati. Yeah, he
I
looked
saw
really
him play.
good. Yeah, wasn't out there much, but he and Jamar Chase and some of the starters with the Cincinnati Bengals were out there against the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles went on to win that game, but you saw a couple of starters play. You did see Ashton Genty make his NFL debut with the Vegas Raiders last night. They were up in Seattle. Ashton Genty, 3 carries for -1 yards. So, preseason, but it's
Sure.
exciting to see a guy as talented as that. You're hoping he'd give you a little something to get excited about. And it was a pretty lackluster performance for Geno Smith, the new quarterback for the Raiders, and Ashton Genty and the rest of the Raider starters who played a very limited amount of time in that preseason opener last night.
Yeah, I just watched a little bit of it. It just,
Going,
as you said, it wasn't much going on in those games, except for the Eagles are good. Even in a preseason game, they're still pretty good.
mm-hmm. Yeah, they are. They took care of business yesterday, and then the Cowboys and Texans will play their preseason openers tomorrow. The Texans will be playing your Vikings. That's a nationally
Yes.
televised game on the NFL Network, I think at 3:00 Central Time. And then the Cowboys will take on the Rams in Los Angeles at, I believe, 6:00 Central Time tomorrow. So we will see. The Cowboys have been doing joint practices with the Rams the last couple of days. And the Cowboys, to be honest, haven't looked very good in those joint practices. Talking about practice, and we're talking about the preseason. So I don't know if it's worth putting too much stock into either of those things, but you'll get your first taste of both of those Texas teams tomorrow afternoon and into the evening.
Yes, indeed.
All right, let's dive into maybe football you care about a little bit more. This is interesting, Buck. This is a conversation that Texas fans and really college football fans all over the world have been having for months, if not years now. Will Arch Manning be one and done as the starter at the University of Texas? Everybody knows at this point that he is draft eligible following the 2025 season. You start to look at all of these way too early 2026 mock drafts, and you're seeing Arch Manning's name at or near the very top. Everybody's talking about tanking for Arch Manning, right? Could the Saints throw their season away for Arch? Could the Browns tank for Arch Manning and then maybe also hire Nick Saban as their head coach? All of these storylines have been out there for a long time. Maybe this is something that will put an end to some of those conversations. In a story that came out earlier this week in Texas Monthly titled "The Unbearable Weight of Being Arch Manning," they quoted Arch's grandfather, of course, former NFL quarterback Archie Manning, and he was asked about his son's future at Texas. The article reads, quote, "As the season approaches, many of the same people who have already awarded Arch the Heisman and the national championship are predicting that he will also be the #1 NFL draft choice in 2026. Stories abound about how NFL teams could position themselves to get him, though there is no reason to believe he would leave Texas next year with or without a championship ring. His grandfather says he hasn't discussed it with Arch, but he knows his grandson. Quote, Arch isn't going to do that. He'll be at Texas," end quote. I'll read that last part again. There is no reason to believe that he would leave Texas next year. The quote from Archie himself, Arch isn't going to do that. He'll be at Texas, end quote. So, Buck, do you put any thoughts into Grandpa Archie's comments about Arch Manning not being a one and done at Texas?
Yeah, only if New Orleans gets the first pick and they tank it and they're better than, and they get an opportunity before the Cleveland Browns. They're not letting him go to Cleveland no matter what. Man, even if he had another year on top of another year, they'd probably let him stay at college and to play there. But if it happened in New Orleans where they knew that he was the legitimate first guy to go and he was going there, I think things could possibly change. Yeah.
Okay, so you put no stock into Archie Manning's
I didn't
comments?
say I didn't put any stock. I just said there's one team, and one team only. And that's
Well,
to me the New
Archie
Orleans
said
Saints.
he's not leaving. He's going to stay at Texas. So it's a pretty declarative statement from Grandpa here. And you're saying, oh, well, that would be the case unless the Saints are the team drafting first and Arch is likely to be the first overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, there would be a discussion about it. I believe. I don't know if he'll go, but I think that scenario doesn't get any better than that for that entire family and the kid. I mean, staying an extra year. I mean, that only puts more targets on your back, and you play this game to be the guy, and that guy, if he's the guy, it may not get any better. I don't know how much better it could get. In that situation, I don't know how much better it could get for that family. So that's the only one. There's nothing else. It's nothing to do with any other team. Just in that particular instance, that's the only reason I would think he would go. I said that before, that I thought that if it was that particular team and that particular place in the draft overall, I thought that they'd have to rethink that. There would be a discussion about it, but sounds like from Grandpa, there's no discussion.
Yeah, I think if things go well for Arch at Texas, and even if he's not a lock to be the number one overall pick, if he's just kind of a lock to be a top 5 to top 10 pick in next year's draft, there's probably going to be some sort of discussion, right? Like, hey, does it make sense to come back for another year, or should we strike while the iron is hot and go pro at this point? So I think those conversations are going to happen. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, so you feel like there are, if 31 NFL teams have the number one pick, you think Arch is coming back. But if it's that one team that is picking first overall, then
Yes,
there's a chance.
I think that family gets together and say, this is our town, this is our hometown. Grandpa played here. I mean, and that opportunity may not come to you the following year. They may not be able to tank twice in a row, or they may tank because they suck. The Browns, we know where they're going to be. We know they're going to be have the number one pick for another quarterback. And I don't think that family would even think about that, even if they knew he was the first guy out the door. And any other place either, the other places, it doesn't matter whether it was Chicago, Kansas City, the Giants. I would say even the Giants, with Eli, I would say no, they won't do it. That particular scenario and that particular team sounds like a fit that doesn't get any better for that family as a whole. But obviously, you're going to do what's best for the kid. And if it's staying another year with Sark, they're good. That's all the part that you have to weigh.
You mentioned
Because
Kansas
if he
City
has
there.
they have an outstanding year. Say they win the national championship, they're in the national championship game. I mean, you kind of fulfilled a lot of things. I mean, if he has a great year,
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that's where it gets interesting, right? Let's say he does win the Heisman. Let's say he
yeah.
does lead Texas to a national championship, and let's say he is a lock to be the number one overall pick. Then you wonder, okay, what else can you really do in your college career that makes it justifiable to stick around for another season? So those are all big
Just because
ifs.
you said it, you have to go ahead and do it. No, you
Right.
don't. No.
Right. This is his grandpa giving a quote 7 months before next year's combine and 8 months
Sure.
before next year's draft. So it shouldn't be taken as the end all be all, but there's reason to believe that it means something. I mean,
Oh no,
it's
it
a
means
family.
something. That's like I said, for me, it's that only that team. And even the Giants where Eli played, it would be a no-go. New York City, I mean, to me, that's it. It's just the one team. It's just the one fit that I believe that could change it all for that family and the player.
You also, like, the Saints are really bad, right? Like, I think they are more than just a good quarterback away from being a good franchise. So you run the risk of, and this is the case with any team that drafts number one. They're usually drafting number one for a reason, and that reason
Right.
is they suck. So you run the risk of, like, well, the Saints are really bad, and do you want to send Arch to a situation that's that awful to where he could get killed because there's no offensive line and there's a bad coach and this, that, and the other? Do we want to rush him into that versus sticking him at Texas under Steve
It's not really,
Sarkisian?
yeah, on a bad team, it's rushing him, but it's getting to that's what his life is going to be, playing the game of football, for
Right.
right now. That's what he started this out wanting to do. So you can't get any better than number one. They
No,
don't have a 1A or whatever. But
No,
it's just the situation. It's just the kind of the situation. But like you said, if he's going to be number one, he's going to a team that's not all of that. And the
right,
situation of being in New Orleans would be, and if he can turn that thing around, if he could be a part of turning that around, that would be an incredible feat for them. You
hey,
know?
the way things happen with Eli Manning around draft day, like even if the Saints don't have a number one pick in a couple
True.
of years, they could find their way to force themselves to New Orleans or any
That's true
situation.
too. I mean, that's something you think about in that second year. It's not like they're going to Kellen Moore is totally going to turn that around in 1 year. In the second year, they're going to be, you know, going three deep in the playoffs. That's
Mm.
not probably going to happen. I mean, they're going to be bad. They're going to be bad for a while.
Right.
But I mean, Kellen Moore is pretty decent offensive coordinator. He's done pretty good as an offensive coordinator where he's gone. So he would be in pretty good hands. He did all right in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I
You
mean, he's
know?
first-time head coach. Obviously, a big difference between being an
Sure.
OC and a head coach. So the jury's still out on Kellen Moore on what he's going to be, and I think it's a tough situation that he's walking into in New Orleans. But we'll see if he could find a way to get things turned around here. For I guess going back to, kind of my initial thoughts on this, like what Archie Manning said in this Texas Monthly article, like it falls in line with everything that I've heard and you've heard, and I think most
Yep.
Texas fans have heard behind the scenes pretty much since Arch committed to Texas 3 years ago. I'd always been told the plan was for him to be here for 4 years. Like people have reported that since 2022 when he tweeted that he was committing. And Eli spent 4 years in college. Peyton spent 4 years in college. Archie did the same. And I'd say those decisions worked out pretty well for those guys, too. Hell, Peyton and Eli were starting games for 3 years in their college careers. Obviously, if Arch sticks around for 2 years, it'll be 2 years worth of starts that he gets. So I don't know. To me, this is just more evidence that like they are sticking to the plan. This family is seemingly calculated and measured every decision that they've made, not just with Arch, but really with all of them. It feels like they have a
Absolutely.
plan and it's worked out to a T to this point. So I don't know. Again, plans can change. Things can
Yeah.
happen that
Well, things happen, plans change. They'll
but
sit down and
here's
talk about, how good will the Texas team be the following year? Will they be able to protect this guy? I mean, that's a couple extra more hits. That's college football that you'd be taking. I mean, it's it's a calculated move, but I mean, it's just the risk you take. They take a risk every time he goes out there and plays anyway. So
for sure. And yeah, my response, like, to people who have said, and I know you and I have talked about this a couple of times this off season, like, people always say, like, okay, well, if Arch is going to be the number one pick, why would he come back for another year? You can't go up from there. So what's the point in coming back? Like Arch Manning's goal is to not be the number one pick in the draft. Like I'm sure he would love that. It'd be a great thing for him to brag about. But his goal is to have a successful career in the NFL like his uncles did, right? Like be a Pro Bowler, win Super Bowls,
sure.
eventually walk into Canton as a Hall of Famer, like all of that stuff. I haven't talked to Arch about this personally, but I feel very confident in saying those goals are higher up on his list of goals than being the number one overall
Oh
pick.
yeah, I mean, he could be the number 12 guy, and if he has the kind of career that he's looking for, that would be important to him. Would he be ready? I would say if he won the national championship and had a good year at Texas, he would be ready. I don't think one more year makes that difference if he's doing all those things with a team and leading them to a championship, winning a Heisman Trophy. I mean, the guy hadn't even started a game yet, so this is. I mean, I know people think this is far fetched, but the reality of it, it's right there close to your face. But I would say this: you only put yourself at risk if things are sitting pretty for you.
Well,
You know what I mean?
you may put yourself at risk if you go pro after just 1 year of being a starter. Because if you look at the history of college quarterbacks who have only started 1 year of college football and then gone off to the league, there's not a long list of guys who have been successful at that.
No doubt about it.
So,
But once again, we're talking about a guy who hasn't even started yet in this kind of manner. This guy may be different from all of the. You know what
of
I'm saying?
course,
He could be.
he could be like there's a first time for everything. But the last two quarterbacks who were super high draft picks after starting 1 year of college football were Mitch Trubisky and Trey Lance. Do I think Arch Manning is better than those guys? Absolutely. But those are the last two quarterbacks that like had really good years of 1 year or really good individual seasons of college football and they were so highly touted and regarded that they ended up being top 3 picks. And everyone thought they were going to be really good, and they completely flamed out, and they've both been busts in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
see,
not,
I don't know where I stand with what kind of year he's going to have. Remember, I'm the guy who's saying they're going to lose one more game than they did last year. So I'm not. It's hard for me to say how great this is going to be when I'm thinking they're going to lose one more game.
Right.
Because it doesn't
right.
matter how they lose that game; they're going to blame it on the quarterback anyway.
Anthony Richardson, another good example. Only started 13 games in college, and he's a
Right.
top 5 pick, and he looks like a deer in the headlights every time he's out there on an NFL field. So, like, again, I feel like Arch's potential is higher than those guys.
Yeah, because we're all quarterback. We're all coaching quarterbacks. You know, we see it. We think we understand what we see. You know, between that guy and some of the guys that you talk about. So
if I know that stat, though, if I know the history of quarterbacks who have started for 1 year and gone to the NFL, the Manning family knows it.
absolutely.
So again, the goal is to not just be the number 1 pick and like, oh, we got to get there as soon as we possibly can. No, the goal is, what do we need to do to ensure that Arch Manning can have a career that looks like the career Peyton had and the career that Eli had? And that might be like, hey, Peyton and Eli started multiple years of college football. They stayed for 4 years to get developed. Like that's what we think Arch needs to do. So that's why I lean to Arch sticking around beyond 2025. All of those reasons, I guess. Like he gets to stay in college for 2 years. He gets to develop under one of the best offensive minds in the sport. He gets to hone his craft against a bunch of SEC guys who are going to be playing in the NFL anyways. He gets to go to college at the University of Texas, and NIL also exists now, which like Arch is doing pretty well. I mean, not that the family really needs the money, but he's doing pretty damn well from an NIL standpoint. He's got
I
the
don't even look at
highest.
this anything to do with money or any of that, or how
It
he
helps.
survives another year at Texas, you know, without the money of the NFL. I mean, he never had it. He never needed the NIL money in order to stay there long enough.
Right.
So I mean,
Yeah, of
it has
course.
nothing to do with money.
But it helps. Like 10 years ago, it'd be like, it would make more sense to, hey, let's get to the NFL as soon as you can, because you're not making any money in college right now. And the second you go pro, because your last name's Manning, not only are you going to get that big contract, but you're going to be able to, sign all these autographs and do all these appearances and cash in right away. Now, because he's able to do that, I think that kind of slows down, or could slow down, the process and the rush of
Oh no, dude,
having to get there.
I can only hope that guy will be here for the entire time, another year after this. That would be
Yeah.
great. You
Yeah.
know, I
For
just know
sure.
things change. People talk, and then things change, and then they can wheel and deal. And if they wheel and deal it the right way, that's one less year of having hits on you. You know, not worrying who the left tackle is going to be. You and I are talking about who the offensive linemen are, and then you're thinking, I got some kid that's some sophomore now at left tackle, and now I'm going into the last year of my deal here. Yow. And I've just had an unbelievable successful year, and that that iron is pretty damn hot. I mean, it'll be discussed if that were to
Yeah.
happen. You're not going to bypass that opportunity.
Well, we don't know exactly what 2026 Texas is going to look like, but I feel very confident in saying 2026 Texas versus the rest of college football is going to be a lot better than 2026 team with the number 1 overall picks roster does compared to the rest of the NFL. So, yeah, Texas will have some questions next year. I'm sure they've got questions this year, but like that's, their offensive line relative to the defenses they're going up against next year will be better than the Saints or the Browns or whoever the hell is picking number 1 overall, more than likely. So, I don't know how much that factors into any decision. I don't know how much that means, but yeah, for like even with questions that Texas may have, because they're Texas and they're playing college, they'll be better off than a team picking first overall, I think, in the NFL. But
Yeah, like I said, it's just hard for me because I don't know exactly until I see it, till he's on the field against Ohio State and
yeah,
even some of the scrubby team. I've seen how he's got come into games and been kind of cool and calm in there. But I mean, remember, like I said, I had them losing one more game than they did last year. So it's hard for me to think Heisman Trophy, see it at the Heisman deal and all that until I
sure,
see him actually get on the field and lead the team as the
yeah.
first guy out and in some tough situations. So
Dude,
I mean,
like he could go out there and be terrible, and then like all of these conversations were a huge waste of time, right? So
or
that's
he could be average, and the team is the one that
yeah.
I mean,
But
to me, but I think after watching just a short time of him, people around him will have to rise to what he does.
mm-hmm.
He's not going to have to rise to the occasion of a couple different players that are pretty good on this team. They're all going to have to rise to him. But once again, we haven't seen it, and it's hard to, I see people putting him at the Heisman dinner and all that. I don't know. That's rough for me to think about.
Sure. Well, it is kind of crazy to think about, but he does have the second best odds to win the Heisman Trophy this year.
Yeah,
so it's
a
like
a lot more smart football people than me. I'd like to. I know you have to. That's what you have to do. You have to speculate because that's what we do. That's what everybody does.
Mm-hmm.
You got to take a chance and speculate who you think are going to be there, who's going to be the All-American, who's going to be the best SEC. Everybody has to speculate, or this wouldn't be any fun.
Right. That's what we've got right now. We don't have games to talk about yet. So
Right.
once we get to August 30th, all the speculation goes away, and then we have actual concrete evidence.
All we know is he has a massive test in week 1 of his
Sure.
football career.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we liked what we saw from him last year, but he was going up against UTSA, ULM, and Mississippi State. None of those teams are Ohio State, and he is yet to play a road game in his college career. So he's going into an incredibly hostile environment, going up against a team that is currently ranked number 2 in the coaches poll. We'll see what the AP poll says. That'll come out on Monday. But an incredibly talented team that just won a national championship. They're going to be raising a banner and handing out rings. Like it's as tall of a task.
And they just got through beating you.
They just got through beating you. I mean, it's as tall of a task as you could ask for a quarterback in his first season as a starter. So, yeah, we'll learn a lot from him. I mean, look, if he doesn't play well and Texas loses that game, you shouldn't close the door on him. You shouldn't close the door on anybody after one game. But if he goes out there and plays well and leads Texas to a victory, then all of these conversations that feel ridiculous right now, they're going to be louder, and there are going to be a lot more of them on August 31st, the day after that game.
Oh, there is no doubt about it.
So just, brace yourselves for that. But it's like Arch could come out today, Buck, not Archie. We're talking about what Archie said. Arch Manning himself could come out today and be like, I'm staying at Texas for 2 more seasons. And this story still wouldn't go away.
No.
Like, people would still be talking about it throughout the season and into the pre-draft process. Like, it feels like Texas fans, I think, all want Arch to stick around for a couple of years, right?
Oh, sure they do.
He's got 3 years of eligibility remaining because he redshirted his first year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They'd like for him to stick out his whole time here.
But it feels like every other football fan, maybe it's because they hate Texas, but I think it's more so like we just want to see the next Manning in the NFL. Like, what's the next Manning? Because Peyton and Eli, they were very good in college, but obviously what they did in the NFL is why everybody knows them. It's like, what does the next Manning look like in the National Football League? It just feels like everyone else wants to see that as soon as possible. So, again, these talking points won't dissipate, even if Arch and Archie and Cooper and Peyton and Eli and everybody else in the family says Arch isn't going anywhere after 2025. So,
yeah, I mean, if the kid comes out and says it, just flat out says, after game 1, and he just tells you, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here for the next 2 years. Then I'm going to go, well, I'm just going to keep him at his word. That's all I need to do. There won't be any discussion whether he wins a Heisman, wins a conference championship, loses 5 games. There won't be a discussion. He's already told you what he's going to do. So you can only go by, that kid's mature enough to say that. If he's the one coming out with that, but to me right now, it would have to come from him. Or if Grandpa said, I talked to Arch, he and I had a discussion before he went back to camp, and this is what it is, then I'm gonna buy that the Grandpa ain't lying. Why would he lie?
Right.
He's got nothing to lie about.
I'd hope not. And Arch is named after him, so
yeah.
I feel like they got some good chemistry there, pretty good relationship there.
Like I said, I just think the players that are there now that are really good players are going to have to take it even a step above from what we've seen and from the bloodlines, and actually what we've seen as him coming in games. Everybody will have to step up a little bit. They can't stay at their level. They'll have to play to his level. I think his level will be high.
Can't wait to see it. We are just 22 days away from kickoff of the 2025 Texas football season, getting closer and closer. It's 3 weeks from tomorrow. Hell, college football starts 2 weeks from
Yep.
tomorrow with those week 0 games. But obviously, the Horns will open up the year 3 weeks from tomorrow on August 30th. Oh, man, so
Yes,
close.
they will.
We could taste it. All right, speaking of Texas football, we've got some sound from a few of the players, including Trey Wisner, talking about his quarterback. We will get to a little bit of player audio in a moment. But first, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And of course, my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness. And right now, transform your routine of your life with a great savings at Relax the Back. Go on, check out the Tempur-Pedic pillow and mattresses they have over at both of their locations. Zero gravity recliners, select massage chairs. They've got it all. Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free. At their 2 locations, at BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. God, I miss my Relax the Back chair, man.
I bet you do, man.
Had a nice setup at the girlfriend's parents' place where I've been broadcasting all week. But the chair that I'm sitting in right now, they've got some great chairs in the house, but they got me in the basement, out of everybody's way.
They got a fold up. They got a folding chair for you down there in the basement, huh?
I don't even know how to describe this thing. It's like a white swivel game room kind of chair. It's like something.
It's the poker chair.
I don't even know. I think it's more of like a kid's game room chair. Like I don't think
Really?
you have this in like an adult poker room. It's like a kid's little game room chair, and it's got this like little red
little pad.
cushion. But look how thin that is.
That's the support you need. That is the support your rectal area needs.
It's look, it's better than nothing. All right, but
you got that right.
It didn't relax the back. I could tell you that. It ain't that comfort. So excited to get back home to my Relax the Back chair. Also excited to get back home to my AV Consultations TV setup. And we just told you, college football starts in 2 weeks. Texas football is 3 weeks away. That means you're running out of time to make the call to AV Consultations to get your home TV setup done before kickoff. Do it now. Don't spend all of your time and money driving around the city to sports bars, to friends' places, to your in-laws' places. No. You want to wake up on a Saturday, you want to roll out of bed, and you want to sit on your couch and watch football all day long like me. You can do that with AV Consultations. But you can only do that with AV Consultations because they'll hook you up with the TV setup that you've always wanted. So if it's the multi-screen man cave like I have, the giant 85-incher like the Buck has, the home theater room, they can also do something outside on your patio as well. AV Consultations, they've been hooking up Central Texas since 1988. They can do the same for you. All you have to do is give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678. Find them online at avconsultations.com.
Damn, Mike G's on fire this morning.
What'd he say?
He is talking about Vandy. Vandy called and likes their Longhorn medium rare. So what is that? Vandy? Does he understand who he's talking about, Vandy? I mean, really?
I love our guy Mike G, and I mean this. He tunes in every day. He comments every day.
What is this Vandy love? They had 1 year out of 1,000.
Well, you know who Mike G roots for, right?
He's got to be a Bama guy.
He's a Bama guy who lost to Vanderbilt last year. Come on. Like that's the one team that, like, if you say Georgia 50, Texas 0, it's like, all right, that makes sense. If you say Ohio State 50, Texas 0, all right, that makes sense because those teams beat Texas last year. But Texas beat Vanderbilt, and the school you're a fan of didn't. I can't figure it out.
They had the biggest year in the history of their football, and now they're going to get rolled the following year.
Yeah. They gave Texas a tough one in Nashville this season.
Doesn't matter. It's scoreboard for them.
I know. It's like I can't quite figure out.
Alabama. Tell Vandy to go pick on Alabama.
Yeah, hey, Mike, worry about your Crimson Tide beating Vanderbilt this year. You guys couldn't do it last year. Worry about your guys finding a way to get it done. So, I'm not too worried about Vanderbilt coming to.
Does Mike understand that nobody talks about Vanderbilt football? Nobody even in Memphis talks about Vandy football or
I
Nashville.
was
They don't even talk about them. They
no,
don't
they
talk. Yeah.
in Nashville, they're like third fiddle in terms of football. It's the Titans, who are right
Yep.
there. It's the Vols, the State School of Tennessee, and then
And then it's probably Alabama and then them.
you're probably right. Yeah, Alabama, Georgia, Auburn. You think of all of those other schools in the region.
Oh, Vandy and Auburn, they're very similar right now.
Yeah, Vandy beat Auburn last year too. They had some success against those Alabama schools. And I think Diego Pavia is like 3-0 against Hugh Freeze in his career.
Oh
Like
my
when Pavia
God.
was at New Mexico State and Freeze was at Liberty, he beat them. Then Pavia, when he was at New Mexico State, they beat Auburn one year when Hugh Freeze was there. And then last year, Vanderbilt with Diego Pavia beat Hugh Freeze. He's the boogeyman for that guy. It's
Yeah, they
hilarious.
need to shut that little guy down this year.
Yeah, you hate Diego Pavia, I believe, because he's Latino.
No, he's got little round shoulders. I don't hate him, but
Ooh,
he's
so you
just a
hate him
little
because
guy
he's
running around
you hate
trying to
him
act like
because
Doug
he's too
Flutie. He's
fat.
not. He's just a guy trying to be Doug, but
Okay,
he's not.
yeah, he's not Doug Flutie. I'll give you
No, he's
that one.
not.
But it's a great story. Most people root for this guy. He's an underdog. No scholarship offers out of high school. He had to work his way
Just
up
okay,
through
he
the.
had his year. Can we stop it with the hero worship now? He's doing nothing this year. They're going back to being who they are. Vanderbilt. That's who they're going to be. Nice school, really good academics, nice area. That's what they are.
They are who we thought they were.
Yes, exactly. They are who we thought they were. They had a year.
Uh,
They had a reprieve for a year. Now they're back in prison, in
it was a
football
fun
prison.
year. Yeah, they won what 6 games last year. They made a bowl
Oh,
game for the
you
first time
sure?
in a
I thought they
while.
won at least 10.
Their
No, they only
coach
won. How many did they win?
They won 6 games last year, plus a bowl game to get to
Okay,
7.
so they won 7 games.
They won 7 games last year, and that was enough for Clark Lee to be SEC Coach of the Year. Come on, man! I think
He
I
did a
think
fantastic job. He's a
he
good coach.
deserved
He's
it.
going to be a good coach for once he's out of there. He's going to be a really good coach.
Let me ask you this: Vanderbilt's over under this year is at 4.5. This is regular season wins only. So last year they got 6 of those. This year their number is at 4.5. What say you? Do you think they go over again, or do you think they really revert back to
I'm
Vandy?
making them Vanderbilt. They're go under. They're going to be Vandy all over again.
Yeah, yeah. They have an interesting
Hey,
schedule.
it's time to take the slippers off of that princess.
Oof, yeah. Well, I don't know if they're big enough for Diego Pavia's fat ass feet. The way
Oh,
you're
there you
talking about
go.
them.
That wasn't me, Jay. I didn't say that.
Yeah, I was just reading your mind, sir. I know what you were thinking. You and I, we work together enough. We've known each other long enough. We can finish each other's sentences. I know you were
Yeah,
thinking that.
he's not being able to get. He can put his flip flops back on. That guy.
Oh man, yeah.
Pavia is really confident. Yeah, I'm really confident too that everybody knows exactly who he is now.
It was interesting. A couple of weeks ago on some podcast, he was like, "Oh yeah, we run the state. Like we're the
What? He
yeah."
wasn't
And
saying that, was he?
oh, he said that like basically those exact words. And Tennessee fans were like, "Are you sure?" Because Tennessee also beat Vanderbilt last year. Like they play every year. They're big rivals, and Tennessee won that game pretty handily. And then Vanderbilt's quarterback is like, "No, yeah, like this is our state now. Like we're taking over." And
Wow.
Vols fans are like looking at each other like, does he know where he is? Does he know
They'll lose
anything
again
about
to Tennessee, even without their quarterback. Even though their quarterback is gone out of there, they'll still beat Vandy. Yeah,
yeah,
I'm going to go under.
okay. All right. Now their toughest non-conference game, they have to go to Blacksburg to play Virginia Tech in week 2. And then you look at their SEC schedule. I mean, they've got to go to Tuscaloosa, Austin, obviously, Columbia, South Carolina, and Knoxville. That's some tough road games
Yeah,
in
there's
conference
4
play.
losses right there. There's 4. And
Yeah.
Did you say they go to South Carolina?
Yep. Yeah, they're
South
4
Carolina's
SEC road
defense. South
games.
Carolina's defense will bullseye in on that dude.
Yeah.
Moneymaker for us. That would remind me when they play them, so we can make some money.
That's week 3. That's early in the
Wow.
year. It's one of the first SEC games. That game will happen like 3 weeks before the Longhorns have their SEC opener.
Yeah, I generally don't hate on an underdog, but and how I pick. My sleeper teams like Clemson. I generally don't hate on the underdog. So this time, yes.
It's because he's Hispanic. That's why you hate him,
No,
and
no,
because he's a
no.
little pudgy. Like that's the difference between this underdog story and some of the other ones. So I get it. Fine. It's
Is
all
he
right.
truly pudgy? What is he? Is he 5'9", like 218?
They have him listed at 6 feet on Vanderbilt's roster, but I think he's more like 5'9", 5'10", and
Two
his
what?
weight is 207.
Oh my God, he's like a little fullback.
So yeah, if he's 5'9", 5'10", and 207, where does that puts him in fullback territory for you?
Yeah, he should be playing for Arizona State. They missed their big running back. He needs to go play there.
Oh, he should have transferred to be the next Cam Scatteroo.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
he's the
Hey,
Cam
by the
Scatteroo of quarterbacks.
that is that is something else, man. He ain't that big, but he's got a little meat on the bones for sure.
Wow.
Uh, all right. I don't know how we got there, but
Sorry about talking Vandy football, y'all.
Texas plays Vandy this year.
That's true.
That's an SEC opponent, so it's worth talking about them. I think any college footballer fans are okay with us talking about right now. But we will bring things back home and talk a little Texas football. We spent the first half hour or so talking about Arch Manning, and of course the article from Texas Monthly where his grandfather Archie Manning declared that Arch will be at Texas next season. We're not diving back into that category, but since we were talking about the quarterback, figured we'd start with this bit of sound. We've got a bunch of different cuts from 4 different Texas players who were made available after yesterday's practice. And we will start with Trey Wisner, who, of course, the starting running back, shares a backfield with Arch Manning. Here is Trey Wisner when he was asked about how Arch is looking so far in fall camp.
Like a madman. That's my dog, 16. But no, Arch looks real good. He's doing a better job also of being a vocal leader, whether it's to the defense or offense. He's definitely stepped up, and he's playing a major role. And he know what's at stake whenever it comes to him being in that backfield. So he's doing a great job of tapping into everybody, whether it's a young guy or older guy. He's tapping into everybody.
Yeah, he doesn't care what year you're in. He's gonna let you know that he appreciates what you're doing. That's great from your quarterback, because that's still a young quarterback who has to talk to some older players, good, bad, or indifferent. He's leading because your quarterback generally going to be your leader. Sorry, that's the way that goes. But he's not shying away from that kind of leadership in a vocal way, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a difference between Arch Manning and Quinn Ewers too.
Yeah,
Like I think Quinn Ewers was a very good leader at Texas. I just don't think that came naturally to him.
no,
I
he
think
didn't
the
want to. He
stuff
didn't want to be that guy.
He's just not a super vocal guy. Like he kind of lets his actions do the talking, and he leads with his play. And I think there was more of a learning curve for Quinn Ewers to become that vocal leader. And I think he definitely got better over his 3 years
Yeah,
as
he
the
did.
starter. But I think with Arch, it may be genetic, and I think it's something that's kind of been taught to him from a very young age. And I think it's something that again is easy for him. So obviously it's different when you're the backup quarterback versus when you're the starting quarterback. You've got to lead a hell of a lot more, and you've got to rally the troops a hell of a lot more. But I just don't think that's like there are
His
things that Arch
growth and
has to.
experience is just his confidence. That's just
Yeah.
that's just the way it is. It just comes real natural to him. He does well. He's going to talk about it. He's going to tell you. He's going to try to help you to get. Like I said, they're going to have to play up to his level. And
Yeah.
guys like Trey Wisner, he understands that guy had a very successful year last year, and he's looking at his quarterback going, "Damn, this guy's kind of next level leadership." Which is a good thing for this team.
Yeah, I like the beginning of that. We'll just play the start again.
Like a madman. That's my dog.
Playing
That's
like
his
a
dog
madman.
Yeah,
Playing like a
yeah.
madman, and that's his dog. Like, look, I'm sure they're boys. That's great. You always want to hype up your teammates, but yeah, like a madman. I like hearing that. That's what I want Arch Manning to play like this year, and good stuff there. All right, more from Trey Wisner. You talked about his 2024 season. Of course, 1,000 yards. He is the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC. Wisner was asked how he takes his game to the next level here in 2025.
Definitely staying healthy, keeping my body healthy. Because now it's crunch time. And then another thing I would say, take my plan to another level is my open field tactics, like making the safeties miss, making DBs miss in the open field. Because as long as I got the O-line to take care of the box, the DBs and safety, that's what I'm worried about. So just being able to make the guys miss in open field.
Yeah, I think that's where he changes his game, making guys miss in the open field. Turning 12-yard runs into 45-yard runs, things like that. Where one guy, sometimes you get knocked off as a runner. An arm will trip you up and cause you to trip, and the other guys catch up to you. It's those guys that can flat out make you miss. That's what he wants to do. He wants to make guys so that they don't lay a glove on him. When he makes a cut, guys are coming up empty-handed. He does great with arm tackles. The running backs over the last couple of years have been unbelievable. You stick your arm out there, they leave you with a nub. They run right through those arm tackles. And at this level, that's just a part of playing football at running back at this level. But and they've done a great job of that. But sometimes there'll be that one-on-one where a guy will, grab you by the shoulders, and then the rest of them will come and get you. Those are the guys he's talking about. Those are the safeties, cornerbacks. I just need to make that guy miss me. He can't slow me up. I still got to be going forward and making a sidestep without a guy touching me and throwing me off, and somebody else catching up to me. That's the things that he wants to get better at, and he can.
Yeah, I'm with you. Turning those 12-yard runs into 45-yard runs, right? More explosive plays.
Again, BK, that stuff those kind of runs come with practice. In this heat, you don't go and run the ball 10 yards and turn around and come back. That doesn't get you used to making long runs. Making long runs are like the round-shouldered number 34 did. You know what I'm saying?
Round-shouldered.
Do that round-shouldered. Come on.
You're calling Ricky Williams that?
Dude was a pizza away from 250. I mean,
God.
Yeah, but that guy can make you. That guy can make you miss. And the arm tackles I'm talking about, these guys going now, he didn't even feel those. Those things hit against his pads, and he never got tripped up like that. There's guys that can trip themselves up. Your arms, he very seldom got tripped up with an arm tackle. There wasn't a lot of guys making one-arm tackles and slipping, like you see. Some guys go down and you're going, oh, shit, step out of that tackle. I mean, he went through guys into their chest with his thighs. So these guys, but he could also make you flat miss, with a shake that you never even put your hand on him.
Right. He was the most pleasant surprise on the entire Texas roster last year, right? Like we didn't see much from Trey Wisner in his first season in 2023. He was a 3-star recruit coming out of high school. And, going into fall camp, he was, third on the depth chart at best behind C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue.
No doubt.
And he ends up, obviously, the Baxter injury helped vault him up a spot. And then Jaden Blue dealing with fumbleitis helped him get more run. And then, he ended up as the best running back that Texas had last season by a long shot. So what can he do?
If he steps his game up, look out.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, those explosive runs, too. Look at the fourth quarter of the Clemson game. Those explosive runs, those are game-changing kind of plays. And I think I'd love to see more of those from Texas as a whole this year.
Yeah, I'll take him as he was last year. I mean, I expect he'd be better the following year, but I'd take him just as he was last year, with the exception of making more catches. And you said he caught 44.
He did. Yes.
I think that's what will separate him from where he is now to the next level, is being a pass catcher out of the backfield.
More of that. Yeah, one more from Trey Wisner. Actually, two more here, but we'll get to this one first. He was asked about being the lone returning 1,000-yard rusher in this conference, and he was asked if he believes that he is the best running back in the SEC going into this season.
I don't pay attention to none of that. Whether I was the third returning 1,000-yard running back, 5th, 10th, 1st, none of that really matters to me, because at the end of the day, anybody can rush for 1,000 yards. It's who gonna do it again. So I'm trying to come back this year, put up another 1,000 for my team, and just keep going on with my goals.
Yeah, he's right. It's there's a lot of games. You're playing an awful lot of games. 1,000 yards. That's not much for a running back. I'll take it anytime and every time. Give me 1,000 on the nose. I'm good. I should win some games because of that guy, but That guy's looking to have a better year, better stats, a better year, and just look better as a football player.
That's the mindset you want him to have, right?
Absolutely.
Like, nobody expected him to go for 1,000 yards last season. I'm not even sure he expected himself to go for 1,000 yards last
I
season.
know I didn't.
But it's not like, oh, that's the end of the Trey Wisner story. Like, oh, this was great. This was a storybook ending, and what a run for this guy, and that's it. Nah, like Trey Wisner's like, all right, like I want to do more. Like I know what I'm capable of, but I want to get even better. I want to do it again and then some this year. So it doesn't sound
that
like
offensive line, they should be ready to block for a guy like that. You got that kind of guy behind you. I mean, he can make a lot of things happen. As he said, make a couple extra guys miss you flat out that don't take you off your stride, and you can really turn some of these. And he had some great games.
Yeah, he did. Absolutely. And he's he's put in the work this offseason. He openly talked about adding a few pounds, changing up his diet, like just doing what he needs to do to take his game to another level. And look, this could be a contract year for Trey Wisner. He's not a senior.
No doubt. You're right.
So he can come back for 2026, but he will be draft eligible following this season. So we just saw Jaden Blue leave early. Running backs, those guys have shorter shelf lives than any other position in football. So it's a relatively common thing for those guys to want to skip out of college and begin their NFL careers. If Trey Wisner puts it all together, then maybe he could be gone after this year. So he's seemingly treating this like it is a contract year, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, I like, as he said, I like to see him make more guys miss. And for CJ Baxter coming off that knee, I mean, he's a bigger guy now. He's got to use his stiff arm to keep guys away from his legs and keep them away a little bit more. He starts to get that at the size that he is. Now he is that guy. He's that, as you said, that goal line guy, that scoring zone running back. CJ Baxter will be fantastic. Now, Trey Wisner is good. I mean, in short yardage too. He's a thumper. He runs hard between the tackles and he gets there in a hurry. But CJ Baxter has that little bit of extra behind and in his behind,
Yeah. CJ Baxter listed at 230 right now on the Texas roster. And I think I'll double check Trey Wisner, but I think he's right around 200 at the moment. So big difference in weights between those guys. Wanted to play one more bit of sound from Trey Wisner, though. This is kind of funny. So he talked about changing his diet a little bit. And somebody asked him, okay, what did you have to cut out? Or what was the toughest thing to cut out? And he said McDonald's. Here's Trey Wisner talking about his love for McDonald's and his go-to McDonald's order before he stopped going there.
I was a big McDonald's guy. I ain't gonna cap. I love McDonald's. Like McDonald's top 10. But I had to cut the McDonald's out.
What's your meal?
I go bacon McDouble, 2 of them, 10-piece nugget, large fry, Powerade, every time.
Two bacon McDoubles, 10-piece McNugget, large fry, and a large Powerade.
Can't you die of starvation from eating that all the time? Won't your body doesn't reject all that if that's what you did?
You can die of happiness from eating that all the time.
Oh my God.
That is a strong order for Quintrevion Wisner right there. And that is a very college kid order at McDonald's right there, isn't it?
Wow.
Come on, man. All right, I'm playing that one more time. Trey Wisner, his love for McDonald's.
I was a big McDonald's guy. I ain't gonna cap. I love McDonald's. Like McDonald's top 10. But I had to cut the McDonald's out.
What's your meal?
I go bacon McDouble, 2 of them, 10-piece nugget, large fry, Powerade, every time.
We're like doing the Powerade.
Got to have the Powerade. Get those electrolytes in there. Come on. He's an athlete. He needs to be drinking that stuff, right?
Large fry. I'm surprised he didn't go double large fry with that double burger.
Look at all that protein he's getting. He's got bacon, the pork with the bacon, the beef with the burgers, the chicken with the McNuggets. I mean, that's 3 types of protein that he is consuming.
Only if the beef were for real.
That's 100% beef
adjacent. Beef products.
It's exactly 100% beef enough.
Beef enough, yes.
He's hitting all of the different food groups on the food pyramid. He's
never once mentioned filet of fish. Very disappointing.
Yeah, he actually has taste. Very
Wow.
proud of Contravion Wisner for not ordering fish at a fast food restaurant. He's making better decisions than that.
Man, oh man.
That's tough, man. For a college kid, quitting McDonald's, to me, that's commitment. Some of y'all out there might be like, well, I haven't eaten McDonald's in years. Now, college kid, getting rid of McDonald's, I don't think I could have done that. I don't think I can do that right now. There's no way in hell I could have done that 10 years ago.
Yeah,
No
I
way.
can't. I mean, I think probably since 8th grade was about the time that I quit the McDonald's burger stuff. You know what I mean? And then I got mature and went into fillet of fish because of the lentil season, obviously. But I
Mm.
never. I mean, I would go there and I would order 2 large fries, and I never really liked nuggies. I was not a nugget guy, so. But I never order hamburgers from there. I don't like the way it tastes. It just no, thank you. I was never for the double cheese, double meat burger from McDonald's. No, thank you.
You're not a fan? You've never been a fan of the McDonald's burger?
No, I mean, like I was
Oh,
when I was a young kid. I mean, if they round you up and the old man said, "Hey, get in here," but my old man took us. We went to Burger King back in the day.
all
He didn't. He
right.
didn't round us up and once a month, take us to McDonald's. It was always Burger King. I was always a part of the Whopper.
You're a Whopper guy, huh?
Yes,
You liked sucking down them Whoppers?
I'd tear them Whoppers up with the chocolate shake, large
Mhm.
fry, and Burger King's fries sucked. McDonald's
Yeah, they're
fries
not as
are
good.
okay. McDonald's fries at a certain place, except for where you live down there in the Oak Hill area, not good.
Yeah, you're anti-Oak Hill McDonald's. I don't know what they did. Maybe they hissed in your drink at some point, or you ordered mayo and you got some high school kids special sauce
No,
instead. I
I
don't
got
know
some
why.
limp, oily fries once there
Oh,
and had to come around and park and said, "Is this what I'm really going to have? Is this what you're going to give me? These cold, limp things here?"
oh, you came back around and said, I don't want your cold limp thing. I want something a little firmer and
They
warmer.
gave me fry, but I don't even go there now for the fillet of fish. And I've chilled out on the fillet of fish. I can get some good cod now.
Yeah, you go
I'm a little
catch it
afraid of
yourself out in Lake
you
Austin, huh?
people have made me afraid of fillet of fish. I don't know why. It's fresh cod from Maine, and you people have talked me into no, it's from Galveston Bay. I'm like, no, no. This comes in. This is flown here daily from Maine,
Well, as
not on
Rodney
Delta,
says,
on United Airlines.
oh, then it's not going to make it because we had that United story yesterday where they had to ground all of their flights 2 days ago. No, Rodney says it's from Mainer. That's where you're getting it from. The fresh cod from Mainer, not from Maine. That's where McDonald's is flying it in. Cameron
I mean,
asked
you
what
don't
my
eat McDonald's now. You don't order. I mean, if you go
yeah,
a
I do.
fast food, I mean, huh?
I do. I'm not like I don't eat McDonald's nearly as often as I used to.
I hope not.
I would say 5 or 6 times a year now. I'm going to McDonald's, so every other month or so. I mean, it used to be every week, so we're taking steps in the right direction. So here's the thing: like what Trey Wisner orders might sound like a lot, but Cameron asked, "What's my go-to order from McDonald's?" I think about in my eating prime when I was Joey Chestwood, as you called him yesterday,
Joey
and I
shit in the
was
woods.
Joey shit in the woods. I was shitting everywhere. If the woods were around, I was shitting there too. Back when I was eating like this. But my go-to order back in the day was I would scavenge the value menu. Of course, you got to 2 McDoubles, 2 McChickens, a 10-piece nugget, and a large fry.
Did you say and two
Yeah,
McChickens too?
yeah, because those were the sandwiches that were on the value menu. So they were a little bit smaller, but still really good. And a 10-piece nugget because you have to have the nuggets, and you're at McDonald's, you have to have the fries. I would usually skimp on the drink. There's just a water guy, save the money on the drink and save the rest of my system on the drink. That's because OLIPOP wasn't around back then, so
Yeah,
that would
great. Well, this is now all this kind of talk is now forcing me on a Friday to go to Hat Creek Burger BK and have a lettuce wrap burger. I
do
have to
it.
make that. I'm going to make that attempt today. So after all this talk about this disgusting McDonald's type of meals, thank you, Trey Wisner. I am now going to go to Hat Creek today, and I'm going to do the lettuce burger. And I'll let you know what that's like with mustard and cheese inside of it. I mean, How big is it a piece of iceberg lettuce? Is that what it is?
It's like a couple of pieces of iceberg lettuce, and they're thick pieces as well, so they keep it wrapped.
Because I was told
And
by my doctor, Doc Trey, a long time ago, iceberg lettuce has zero nutritional value. Zero.
well, it might not be great for you, but it's not bad for you. Like
Yeah,
it,
thank you.
it's
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I need right there. It's not
right.
bad for me.
Yeah, it's better than a bun. Like a bun has things in there that's probably not good for you. But
Thank you.
lettuce, iceberg lettuce, I don't know what Trey knows. I don't pay attention to that kind of health stuff as much, but yeah, it might not be the best form of lettuce for you, but it is a form of lettuce, so it's going to be better than eating a
A
toasted,
bun. You're right.
delicious,
It definitely is
buttery
because
bun.
I understand because I am a lettuce rancher, so I know the nutritional value. I should have known that way
Yeah,
before he even said that. But iceberg lettuce, it's just water and
some
leaves.
some lettuce rancher you are, huh? I mean, why are you asking me
Lettuce,
these
it's just
kinds of
water,
questions?
water and some leaves.
Okay. All right. Well, shout out to Hat Creek Burger Company. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm going there more these days than I'm going to McDonald's. I could promise you that.
Good for
But
you.
good for Trey Wisner for cutting McDankies out of his diet.
McStanky.
Not an easy thing to
McStanky.
do. Not an easy thing to do as a college kid. I could, there's not a whole lot I could speak from experience when it comes to
Because you're a
Trey
baller. He's a baller
Wisner.
on a budget, right?
Well, he is making some NIL money, so I think his budget's a little higher than what my budget was in college. But hey, you're still trying to save. He's still trying to be smart with his money, I'm sure. And well, fast food, it's hard to. I think it's easy to budget on fast food these days because those prices have gone through the roof,
By the
dude.
way, does anybody ever talk about Sonic? Is a Sonic burger any good? I had Sonic like the first year I came to the state of Texas, and really, well, I tell you, when the girls were roller skating to the car,
Mm,
I've been there maybe twice, but I've never been since. Is there anything that you go to Sonic for? Do they have like tater tots or something that are good? Is there anything on their menu that would do anything for anybody's appetite? Hell, I
drinks.
don't even know anybody takes their kids to Sonic.
You go to Sonic for the drinks. Like those are the best things that they have by
The
far. The
slushies and
slushy.
things like that.
Yeah, the Master Blasts, the slushies,
What do they have
the
alcohol in them? What's so good about
no, I don't know, it just tastes. I mean, it's a good mixer. If you want to pour some alcohol in there, then it makes for a pretty solid drink. That was a bit of mine back in the day. But
now
no,
you're a bitch. You just go around the corner to 7-Eleven and get your Slurpee and throw your stuff into it.
yeah, but now I'm not a big. I've never been a big Sonic food guy. I got a couple of items that I like, but I would never go there for a burger. I would never go there for chicken nuggets. Like all the traditional fast food staples are better, I think, at other places than they are at Sonic. You can get a hot
Yeah.
dog there, which is like more unique for fast food. They've got good cheese sticks. I like their mozzarella sticks there. So that's kind of a go-to easy thing to get,
Yeah, I don't like a
but
lot of accessories. I'm not, like I said, nuggies, mozzarella sticks, you know.
not for you.
No, I don't like a lot of accessories. My accessories is fries. Leave me alone. I mean,
Accessories.
yeah, tater tots. Now, that's only at breakfast time that I eat taters, you know, with my bacon and eggs and stuff. I just don't like a lot of accessories from a fast food place.
Sides? Do you mean sides? What is this accessories you're talking about?
It's just accessories to the main course. Like fries are accessories.
I've never heard that term used for food
I think,
before.
hey, you're in the Empire State. Try that and see what they say.
Accessories as
Yes,
sides?
yes.
So okay, so I've got a wedding rehearsal dinner tonight. If I don't know, there's like a side salad on the table. You're like, hey,
Yeah, just ask them, hey, is this the accessories to the main course?
can you pass me that accessory, please?
Yes, that's what you need to say. They'll
Be
do
like,
it.
what?
They'll know exactly what to do.
Someone's gonna hand me a napkin. Someone's gonna hand me a fork. Someone's gonna hand me. They're not handing me the side. I'm not getting the food when I say accessory. So, guy's gonna take off
Accessory
his
to this
watch. You want
meal.
this? Is this what you're looking for? The watch, the
Oh,
chain.
yes, we got the dinner tonight.
Dinner tonight, and then wedding tomorrow. Oh yeah.
Semi-dress. What are you wearing here?
Actually, don't know. Oh shit. Um, I gotta check the invitation. I don't know what the attire is for tonight. I know tomorrow is black tie, so I'll be in a full tux for the wedding itself, but I got to double check. And
Uppity up. They're kind of uppity in New York, aren't they?
yeah, it's at a pretty nice venue. I don't know much about the area where we're going. It's on Long Island. I've never been to Long Island, so I have
Oh,
nothing.
yeah.
But it's I think it's at some country club or something tomorrow. So
Yeah, and they've got I think they have the Long Island Killer in jail, so I think everybody's cool.
well, I'll be there. So
Oh, from one killer to the next.
hang on here. If the Long Island Strangler's under wraps right now, then someone's got to do his job. You know,
Oh my
someone's
God.
got to pick up where he left off. All right, and
That thing's been going on for quite a long time. You don't want that. You don't want that on your resume.
no, that might be the last thing on my resume. If
Somebody
if
just
that's
said
me.
breakfast burrito, BK, at Sonic.
Yeah, solid. I can deal with some Sonic breakfast. I mean, I don't get it a ton. Again, I don't go there very often. When I do, it's usually just for a drink or something. But yeah, the breakfast burritos are solid. You could do worse. But again, there's so many other fast food joints that I have ahead of Sonic on my power rankings. So I don't know how Sonics are doing these days. I know they closed the one down on Burnett that was there forever, pretty close to Sue Patrick. That one's shut down now. So I don't know if that means all of them are struggling or just that one was struggling, but I feel like Sonic's lost its lust over the years, you know?
Yeah, some of the places and the roast beef places, they all are starting to slowly close down.
Arby's?
What is it?
Talking about Arby's here?
Arby's. I've been to Arby's more than I've ever been to Sonic's, but
Mm.
that
Ever since
roast
Hope
beef doesn't look real either. It looks kind of chintzy, so I get a little nervous with that.
ever since Hope Solo's professional career ended, Arby's
Yes,
sales have gone down. Is that what you're
yes,
telling me?
absolutely. No, thank
Eh,
you.
that is gross. All right, we'll get back into some Texas football conversation. This all
Yes,
started
sir.
because of Trey Wisner. So if you're mad at us, blame Texas's running back. It's
Yeah,
his fault.
blame the Hamburglar.
Blame the Hamburglar right there. Before we get to some more sound, we've got some sound from DJ Campbell. We've got some sound from Manny Muhammad. We got a little bit from Leonga Lafau as well. But before that, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Of course, look, I'm going old classic here. Love that.
Nice.
Love that hat.
Yeah.
They've got everything you want. All the gear you need, the polos, the hats, the T-shirts. They've even got luggage. They have Longhorn luggage at Sue Patrick's. If you're making some of these road trips this year, if you're going down to the swamp, hey, you're going to need a bag. Head on over there. If you're going to need some gear. You know, they got backpacks. They have everything that you need. And I'm getting closer, BK.
What you got?
Conquering Crisis. That's right. My third book by William H. McCraven. Love the Admiral. I'm almost done with half of the book. Excuse me.
Bless
I'm
you.
almost done with this bad boy. And I got this at Sue Patrick. They have all of the Admiral's books. They've even got his kids' book there, which is really kind of cool. I love this read, man. I really did. Admiral McCraven is something special. He really, really is. And all these books are autographed by the Admiral, and you can get those at Sue Patrick. You can get anything Longhorn item at Sue Patrick, folks. T-shirts, as I said, scheduled glasses, and, of course, the T-shirts are there for you. Talk to Jay and the gang when you get over there. Plenty of free parking. Free. Online orders over $59 are free delivery. That is absolutely fantastic. As I said, it's very important this time of the year when you're going someplace shopping and you want to get out and you're looking for a space and you want to be close to where the venue is. At Sue Patrick, it is right there and plenty of parking. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love our friends at Sue
Don't
Patrick.
forget the Jelly Cats.
Don't forget the Jelly Cats. That may be the most important thing that they
Yes,
sell at
Jelly
Sue
Cats.
Patrick. Best Jelly Cat selection in the city. Shout out to them about the best vehicle selection in the city. Well, you could find that at Covert Bee Cave.
It's really a family experience. You know, I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself. Covert, born and raised in Austin.
You may think I'm just messing around about the books. Make Your Bed and The Hero Code. I've got them all. So I do. It's not. I'm not just talking about it. I've read Hero Code. I've read Make Your Bed. You know, my wife has been gone. What's the chances of my bed being made, BK?
0.
That is a good guess. That bed is the same way it was yesterday morning. I can't do it. I can't. Now, if making your bed is just throwing the covers up over the top of the pillows, okay, I've done that. And it's like, who's coming in here?
Did you learn anything from that book?
Yes, I learned a lot. I've learned a lot from all 3 books. But making my bed,
it's the title of the book. That's like the one thing they want you to learn, right? That's the most important thing.
That's the most important thing to the Admiral. That's the way he starts his day.
Doesn't sound like you give a shit about
the habit of doing that to have things start successfully for you to start your day. But that's not what's, my prayer comes first before my bed making.
That's good.
My wishes for good things for all mankind, including you. I mean, that's what's important. Thanking God for getting me up for another day, 70 plus. I appreciate that. My family, keeping them safe. My bed that's not that important in my life. I'm going to get right back in. I'm going to get right back into it naked. It's going to feel the same. It won't do anything for me mentally. Something else starts my day first. You know what I'm saying? So I have another guide that starts my day. I think that's a great thought by him. I think it's great for some people to have something, because some people just wake up and go through their lives. They don't have something that gets them going and have success to start their day. I guess maybe a good breakfast may be their deal, a cup of coffee. There's got to be a thought, something that you think about, every day. And I think that I've always tried to think every day there's something in a song that reminded me of something good. There's at some time of the day I'm going to hear a music or hear a song that just reminded me of something from the past that's just awesome.
What song? It's a different song every day?
Lots of different songs, 70s songs. I listen to a lot of 70s music. Mm-hmm. It could be some funky disco song or something that will make me smile about something that happened to me in the past. Okay. I have very few songs that will remind me of something bad. Generally, songs remind me of something good and good times. So, I mean, I strike that pose at least once a day, some way, somehow with music. But
I like that.
The bed making up thing is just, I'm sorry, Admiral.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty sad. The Admiral sacrificed so much to this country and so much for you over nearly 4 decades of service in the military, and you can't even repay him by making up your bed. That's all he asked you to do is one thing.
To the soldiers every morning that I've been a part of broadcasting. Every morning, I try not to miss that.
What do you do for McCraven?
Huh?
What do you do for McCraven, though? What do you do for Admiral William McCraven, After what he's done for you, what do you do for him? You can't even make your bed for him. That's
dude, I bought his book. My God.
I'm not even sure you read it anymore.
Oh.
All you have to do is read the title and you know what to do. The job is done. Come on, man. All right. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Shout out to William McCraven, and shout out to
the people that make my bed at the hotel. I pay them.
That's good. It's nice of you. You wouldn't have to do that if you did it yourself, but that's all right. That is all right. All right, diving back into some Texas football sound. Again, a player availability from last night. Let's go up to the offensive line. DJ Campbell, the lone returning starter on Texas's offensive line, met with the press yesterday. And we'll start with this one. He was asked, hey, you guys lost 4/5 of your starting unit from last season. A lot of people are saying that your group is going to take a step back in 2025. What's your response when people say that this offensive line isn't going to be as good this year?
We try to keep everything in-house. I mean, we don't really pay attention to the outside media, of course not like that. Me personally, I don't think there's a drop-off at all. We did lose the other 4, me being a returner starter, and we got Cole with a lot of experience as well. With Baker and Gooseby, Gooseby had experience. Baker also was in last year. So I feel like we are ready.
Yeah, there's a drop off.
Come on, man. What if there's not?
There's a drop. The guy who played left tackle was one of the best that ever played there. So, Gooseby has played. We like him. We like what we see from him. We think he'll have a pretty good, if he stays healthy, he'll be pretty good over the next 2 years. But there's a drop off.
What if Texas runs for 150 yards against Ohio State in a couple of weeks?
That will be phenomenal.
I mean, they only ran for 50. They only ran for 58 in that playoff game. So if they rush for 80, doesn't that feel a little better? I know it's a one-game sample size versus an entire year, but like, I don't know.
What if they run the shit out of the ball, but they can't protect the quarterback? What if the quarterback's getting hit and pummeled?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem. Then it would feel like a drop-off. But, there's a chance, like, it's fair to feel that there's going to be a drop-off, right? And most people expect there to be a drop-off. You lose a top 10 pick in Kelvin Banks. You lose 4 starters from an O-line that was a Joe Moore Award finalist. Like, the easy thing to say is there will be a drop-off. And the most likely scenario is that there is a bit of a drop-off. But, yeah, what if there's not? What if that group
I
is really
I expect
good?
there to be a drop-off, but I expect the quarterback play to make up for that because of his feet. His ability to move around and escape, I think, will be a little bit different than what we saw before. And hell, Quinn Ewers ran the ball a little bit last year. I mean, that guy took off and ran and made some big runs. But I expect Arch's feet and his maneuverability to get him loose and make some big plays too. So we'll be able to. It may look like they're protecting better at times or protecting like they did last year, but there's going to be a drop off. An offensive line play. I just hope they're better at the run game when they have to run the football. When you have to close out things, that they have a mindset that, okay, we're way better than what we did last year when it comes to we are going to run the football and we're going to run it against you, and you. That's Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas A&M, Ohio State. That gang we're running the ball against, and they're going to understand that nothing's going to stop us from running the ball against them.
Yeah, they had no problems against 2 of those teams, right? They ran it all over Oklahoma, and they ran it up and down Kyle Field at the end of the year. But again, it's those 3 games, right? The 2 against Georgia, the 1 against Ohio State. Oklahoma was 6-7 last year. A&M was 8-5. Those are huge games. You love beating those teams. Don't get me wrong, but those aren't the teams that you have to beat this year to win championships.
No, they're just the teams you have to beat consistently all the time, and you better be able to run it against them. You got to be able to do that. But to win a championship, those other teams is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
Georgia,
you got to beat those.
Georgia is the one.
Yeah, you got to beat those teams to get to a conference championship game. So again, they're important. But you're playing teams like Georgia and Ohio State deep into the CFP. You need a little bit more from the offensive line. So we'll see. But I think you're right. Like, I think it's an important thing to bring up. What you talked about with Arch's legs potentially helping out. And I also think Texas's run game should be better this year. Now, so much of that hinges on the offensive line. I understand that, but you've got a deeper running back room than you did last year. I mean, you lost C.J. Baxter and Christian Clark before the year. You had to go bring in a transfer 9 days before the start of the season. Like, a true freshman was your team's leading rusher through 3 weeks last year.
Yes, he was.
You didn't know what your running back room was going into the year, and then, like, going into conference play, it was completely different. So that's like, I think Texas is better at running back this season. They've got a more mobile quarterback this season. And I think those are things that, if the offensive line isn't quite as sharp, especially early on as they're trying to figure some things out with all of those new bodies there, those are things that should be able to mitigate some of the weakness up front.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams will be I can't see teams early trying to they're going to want to find out if this offensive line can pass protect. They're gonna obviously know that Texas is going to try to run the ball too because they've been successful and they've got a 1,000-yard rusher. So, but I don't see them trying to pressure Arch Manning and having that guy escape because you're not in the right gap. But I see them adding more people up front, on the fronts to stop the run and seeing if Arch can throw the ball down the field or if this group can protect. Because that's where I think they will miss more than anything. The 4 guys and an All-American is the fact that they got to be able to pass protect. I don't see teams worried that much about Texas run. Texas is going to run the football. but can these guys protect the quarterback? And once again, you got a guy who's a little bit more nimble, who I don't think is going to fall down in the pocket when things start to cave around him. He's going to be able to escape and move around. So I can see where their confidence is, and it should be that way.
Yeah. If you're DJ Campbell and you're asked that question, you can't say, "Oh yeah, no, we're going to be worse this year."
Well, no, I mean
Or pretty scared. Like we're screwed. Oh my God, we have Ohio State in 3 weeks. Oh yeah, we're in trouble against them. Like it's
yeah, but you also can be somebody that watches from the outside in and be say, yeah, well, we watch all the games too. You're at the practices. You're going to miss those guys. You're going to miss them there are going to be situations where you miss them and their experience. Yes, how's that?
Yeah, the eye test. Yeah, we're the ones who will decide the answer to that question, right?
That's right.
We'll be able to tell if there's a difference on August 30th. I mean, the last game Texas played was against Ohio State. Now, different rosters, of course. The Buckeyes lost 15 draft picks to the NFL, but like literally the last team Texas played against was this team.
Right.
And we saw what the offensive line did and didn't do in that game, and we'll be able to compare it to what they do and don't do in this game. So they get tested right off the bat. You know, there are certain good things to playing this Ohio State team in week one, but from a nervousness standpoint, yeah, not knowing anything about this Texas offensive line, that has me a little bit nervous about that matchup.
And they've got to feel nervous about trying to find out which guy's their quarterback.
Oh, for sure.
That sucks.
Both teams have a lot of questions. I think both teams in their perfect worlds would maybe want to move this game a little bit later in the year, but it is what it is, and it's a chance for Texas to make a statement on the first big Saturday of the season.
Yeah, they've got a game later on in the year that they have to take care of at Ohio State, and that's to be their 6th loss to Michigan in a row. Sorry.
I think it would be 5 this year. Are you giving them? It's going to be so bad this year that they're going to count it twice.
Yeah, I think it'll be 5. That's going to hurt.
Yeah. They got to go on the road this year to the Big House too. They blew that game at home last season.
Had the flag planted at their house.
And they all started crying and bitching about that. I wish I could make fun of Ohio State more, but they beat us.
That's kind of hard. It's hard to do.
The title. That was so soft. Oh my
God! They were pretty good.
I don't really care for the flag planting, but like you can't just bitch and cry the way that they did. That was pathetic, dude. Like go win the game. You don't want someone planting a flag at your place. Go beat them. That's how it should work.
And you haven't beat them for a while.
You were 3 touchdown favorite on your home field against a dog crap team. Like go win that game. Yeah, don't cry because they beat you. All right, more from DJ Campbell here. Well, one of those newcomers on the Texas offensive line is Brandon Baker, right? The projected starting right tackle with Texas. He was in a battle with Andre Kojo. Obviously, Andre Kojo messes up his knee. We know he's out for the season.
Yep.
So I already felt like Baker was going to win that job, but now it seems like he's the lock to be the starting right tackle for Texas. Here's DJ Campbell talking about the guy that he will be playing next to on the right side of the Texas offensive line.
Probably his relentless effort. Like he reminded me a lot of Kelvin Banks because KB was a technique freak, and so that reminds me of Brandon Baker as well. Whenever I see his game, he's just a technique freak right there. He's doing everything fundamentally right.
That's good.
Yeah,
there it is.
You'll take a Kelvin Banks comparison, won't you?
Yeah, I'll take the technique part of it.
Yeah. He's a guy, again, 5-star out of high school. He went to Mater Dei in California. Like, that's one of the most consistently good football programs in the country. And they've got great coaching there, and they've had a ton of success stories out of that high school. So, they develop well there. Obviously, Kyle Flood, this is year 2 that Brandon Baker's been working with Kyle Flood. We know he's one of the best developers of offensive line talent at the college level. And it's good that, Brandon Baker is he's focused on technique. Sounds like he's doing everything that he's supposed to be doing to get ready for his opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's the continuity of all those guys together is the deal. The experience those guys had last year of being together for all those years is huge. Some of these guys that are playing and getting ready to start now have had opportunities in games that weren't close. They got in, they got opportunities to play. But all these guys as a group, that's why that week 1. That's the only reason I hate it. I hate it for the offensive line more than any group in the week 1. To lose that many guys and have to have the continuity that they're going to need and the communications that they're going to need. And I'm glad they got a center that's played some center and it has been around, because that shoe is going to be loud and that place is going to be crazy.
Oh, man. No kidding. Yeah, it's like you think of the Texas false start issues they had on the road at Michigan last year.
Yes.
That was with a much more experienced offensive line. Now, it was Cam Williams who was the lone new starter on last year's team that was committing most of those penalties. But, now you got 4 new starters this year. So hopefully they can handle the atmosphere. And I will say this, like you brought this up a moment ago, the good news is all 5 of the projected starting offensive linemen at Texas have played in games. Now, not all games and not all snaps are created equal. We understand that, but it's not like this will be the first on-field experience against another team for anybody. Gooseby started a few games last year. Campbell obviously started last year. Hudson started 13 games in his Texas career.
Right.
And then Neto and Brandon Baker appeared in a number of games last season.
And they're well coached, and they've got a great offensive line coach. Yes.
Yeah. So that's
when the hollering and screaming starts and guys are crossing your face, and is that your guy? Is this my guy? Do I pass this guy off? Is the running back? Does this belong to the running back? Does it belong? That's when it gets to be scary. That's when the communications is more so that in game 1. That's why playing Ohio State I think is a good time to play them and a bad time to play them,
Yeah, pros and cons for sure.
Yeah, I wish it was Texas El Paso out the gate.
Well, here's what I want. Here's what I think we all want. I want Texas to be in week 8 mode, and I want Ohio State to be in week 1 mode. Can we make that happen?
Yeah, that's what I want. Exactly.
Is there any way we could have like 7 games of experience under our belt, but they have 0 games? Like that's
once again, to me, they're more apt to have a problem with a new quarterback than Texas is with the offensive line play.
You got your quarterback that you feel good about. You have all of your coordinators back. Like the Ohio State doesn't have those things. Now,
once again, you do, and you have to mention that again. You've mentioned it before because you got 2 different coordinators, an offensive and a defensive coordinator. I don't care how many years they've been in football. This is new. This is different.
It is different. Yeah, it is different. And Texas, that's a big part of why the Horns have been as successful as they've been, is they've kept that continuity on the coaching staff. And now it's going into year 5 where you've had obviously the same head coach, but all 3 of the same coordinators as well. That makes a difference. You know what to expect from your coaching staff. The players know what to expect from the coaching staff. The coaches know what to expect from each other. Like that's obviously you lose some position coaches. So there are some changes on the Texas side, but keeping your coordinators intact, that's a difference maker, especially early in the year. So, Ohio State gets the game at home. They're the defending national champs. They've got a lot of talent too. They're going to have the 2 best players on the field with Jeremiah Smith on offense and Caleb Downs on defense. So they got a lot of things going for them too. Don't get me wrong. But there are a lot of things that I generally look for when 2 teams feel evenly matched that benefit Texas versus Ohio State right now. So I feel good.
Once again, the defense will have to really do a fantastic job. They can't be giving up screens for 70 and 80 yards. I mean, those things can't happen in this game. The defense really has to stand on its head in order to really make this work, because that's an offense that's going to be looking for ways to score, looking for things to happen, trying to make big plays with a big-time wide receiver. But the guy who's throwing the ball, that's going to be a battle all the way to the very end, to that last week of practice. It sounds like right now that's going to be all the way to the end, who's going to be their starting quarterback. And then that guy gets into a real true game like this against this Texas defense. Defense has really got to play above and beyond in game 1.
Definitely. All right, well, let's flip over to the defensive side of the ball here. This is a good one from Leonga Lafau, one of the starting linebackers on that Texas defense. He was asked about, how often they talk about winning a national championship. The fans talk about it all the time, right? Like, we want a title. We're desperate for a title. The players and coaches obviously want it too. But how often is that something that you guys actually talk about in the locker room right now as you're preparing for this upcoming season?
Yeah, so it's kind of something where in the beginning of fall camp, we're going to hit on the point of this is where we want to be, is the national championship. But we can't put too much focus on the national championship. We have to come out every single day. And the coaches do a great job reminding us that this is our main goal, but we have to do the work every single day to reach the goal. We can't skip any steps. We can't, skip any days. We got to stack days. Our coach actually hit it and he called it the summit. So we're like climbing up a summit. Right now we're at the bottom, trying to work our way up to the national championship. So that's kind of what we're doing. We're just taking it day by day and trying to win every day, go 1-0 every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard for a player not to want to talk about where they want to be at the end of the season, but the most important is where you start. I mean, as I said, the most important step in a journey is the first step that you take. So, and these are the steps that they have to take, and it doesn't change from week to week. It's about the practice, the next practice. It's about the next meeting. It's about the next film session and how you study for it. And that's hard on a player because they'd like to go from game one right to a national championship game, but there's so many steps in order to get there. And there's so many things in the way. There's so many obstacles during the course of a season, whether it's injury, weather. I mean, can weather ever be a factor? I mean, both teams have to play in it, so you can never let that be a factor, But some teams will play good in the rain. Some teams won't play good in the rain. Some teams will play good in the heat. Other teams will wilt away. Some guys will have a day where, oh my God, it's 37 degrees. We got to play in this. We got to go there and play in this temperature while the other team's doing it. And some teams will play well and they won't. I mean, you got to just be able to overcome everything that comes at you. And it's step by step by step. And it's hard for a player to do that. It is. I mean, coaches think about it too. They think about the end of it. They understand what kind of players that they have. They understand what a good team they have. I mean, Penn State's coaching staff understands how good they are. Texas understands how good the players are and how they've recruited. But if you don't take those steps, if you bypass a step, dude, that's the difference right there,
Yeah, it sounds crazy, right? Because the national championship
Sure.
game is more than 5 months away, but some of the
Absolutely.
steps you take right now, some of the work you put in right now is going to directly impact whether or not your team's going to be playing in that
Doesn't mean
game.
that you don't have dreams about it at night when you put your head on the pillow or you think about it.
Yeah, and they're talking about it, right? Like, you heard Leon Galafal there mention that Sark's brought it up at the start of camp, and they know how important it is to take every day seriously and try to get better every single day. I really loved that answer until the very end because Leon Galafal said we're trying to go 1-0 every day, and that gave me some Tom Herman flashbacks because that was like one of
Sure.
his big catchphrases / slogans. But everything else, Leon Galafal said, like, I like that summit metaphor. Like, we're at the bottom, we're trying to scale this thing and get to the top. I mean, that's good. They should have these goals. To me,
Yeah,
they
but you
should be
never
having
sidestep what you've
conversations.
done. Don't sidestep what you've done in the past to build your program. I mean, you're in the semifinals for back-to-back years.
Yeah.
You know what it takes, and you know what it takes to reach that summit too. And that's just a little bit more. And that could be individual play, but once again, don't take any side steps on that. Always be moving forward. So
Well, having goals gives you something to work for, right? Like, what's the point
yes,
of
for
going to
sure.
work or putting in any work for something if you don't have goals? So I've never understood teams or coaches that like shy away from talking about like winning championships or achieving goals and dreams. Like that's why you do this. That's why you put in all of this work to try to win a national championship, like and an SEC championship. Yeah, the last 2 years have been great, but you're not happy with how they ended. So
No.
you got to put in a little extra work. Why? Not because the work is all that fun. No, because the result at the end, the reward at the end, that's what's fun. When you scale that mountain and you reach the summit, that's what makes everything feel worth it. So I don't know why teams shy away from it. And I like that this staff in this locker room is not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to be in the moment all the time. Your mind, unless you have this brilliant mind, believe me, you're thinking about other things besides one thing or what's happening the next day. Your mind just doesn't work where it can keep you functioning on the next task. We are drifters. Our minds drift. There's so many things going on in our lives. There's so many things going on in a football player's life, a coach's life, everybody's life, that when you focus, it's hard to focus in on just one thing. Okay, the next day, this is what I got to do. The next day. No, you start thinking about, man, I can't wait to play A&M. I know that's down the road. But that comes in, that kind of stuff comes in your mind. Those are the kind of dreams that you have during the course of a season. I know you got to think about next day's practice. What did coach just tell me last night that I've got to take with me today? But you're thinking about those other things that get you closer to what you really want to accomplish. I mean, they're there, and there's nothing wrong with that. You just got to be able to control that.
Absolutely.
Because you know what? There's nothing you can do about it till it comes. except
Yeah.
for prepare yourself for it, you know?
Right. That's the work you put in right now, and then hopefully it all works out at the end. One more from how about Manny Muhammad here? He was asked about Grayson Littleton, and Grayson Littleton has been maybe the story of the first week and change of Texas camp. Like during the first open practice session last Wednesday, Grayson Littleton was running with the number one defense. It's like, well, it's true freshman, early enrollee. Like they called out the number ones, and you see Michael Taft running out there. You see Manny Muhammad running out there. Then all of a sudden, you got who is this? Who is this guy? Grayson Littleton. He's been a big story, and it sounds like that wasn't just a one-day thing. He's been getting a lot of runs with the starting offense at that star position, the nickel position on the Texas defense. Here's one of the veterans now, Manny Muhammad, talking about how Grayson Littleton has fared so far in fall camp.
Grayson, man, physical, play with high fanatical effort, is smart, is about his business, and he's just consistent on and off the field.
There it is. The last one, consistent on and off the field, just a consistent guy.
That's, I mean, you,
Like I
you
said,
don't
they
see
don't
that
recruit
often.
you. They don't recruit you to come to Texas if you don't have skills. But it's
Right.
that consistency that you have to have. And he sounds like a young guy that's got it early.
It's kind of hard to hear at the very start of this. Like Manny Muhammad just gives a sound effect where he's like, God, and then he starts talking about him. Let's see.
Grayson.
You hear that? He's like, oh my God. Like that's the natural reaction right there. And, you know, Manny Muhammad, I think it's fair to maybe compare Manny Muhammad to Grayson Littleton because, like, the situations were a little bit different. Manny Muhammad is going into his third year at Texas and his third year as a starter. His first year was, you know, coming off of an 8-5 season after a 5-7 season. He wasn't coming into a team that had just made it to back-to-back college football playoff semifinals. So the talent on the roster when Manny Muhammad got here wasn't as good as the talent and depth on this roster right now when Grayson Littleton's getting here. But Manny Muhammad was a guy who, like, man, right away, you knew he was good. And he played a bunch as a freshman and obviously started every game as a sophomore. So Manny Muhammad kind of knows what it's like to be that guy who impresses and turns heads early on. And to hear him, I mean, to hear anybody talk about a player like that is pretty cool. But to hear Manny Muhammad, obviously a guy in the same position room as Grayson Littleton, talk about that, considering his experience there, I think that carries a little extra weight for me.
Yeah, it's kind of fun when a guy like that comes out of nowhere and just is you're thinking, you know, maybe he'll grow into that player. Well, you know his athletic ability when you see him, the way he moves and everything else. But the smart part of it, you know, if is he going to be in the right place? He's not going to let you down when things get a little bit tight. He's going to be under control. And it sounds like this kid is one of those kids that's just kind of under control, understands his body, knows what he can and can't do. That's fun to be around guys like that.
And he was the 9th highest rated recruit that the Horns brought in this class. I think he's going to be the first to make a big impact on this team. I mean, other freshmen are going to play. They're going to have impacts for sure. But he's like the only guy who's really getting consistent run with the ones right now, which is, again, that Texas secondary is loaded. I don't think this is a case of they just don't have enough there, so they feel like they have to turn to a true freshman. This is like, no, this guy has come in here and looked that good and just done everything right since the spring to where he's forcing the coaches to put him out there. It's pretty cool for him. And if he is out there a lot, 3 weeks from tomorrow, hopefully he proves the coaches right because he'll be tested going up against, you know, we talk about Jeremiah Smith. He's the best receiver in the country. Ohio State has the best receiving room in the country. It's not just one player. They've got Carnell Tate. They've got Brandon Innes. I mean, those guys are future high NFL draft picks as well. They've got some young guys there too. They also have a tight end transfer. Max Clare from Purdue was a guy that Texas looked at before they ended up with jack injuries. Like it's a loaded group of pass catchers there. So the secondary is going to be tested. And that means Grayson Littleton, again, if he's out there, he will be facing bullets early.
Oh yeah, it sounds like he's going to be playing a lot. Like he's going to be on that field. There's a lot of trust, you know, and these older players like Manny Muhammad, they go and talk to the coach and they say, that guy right there is the guy. You know, as I said, the players know who the good players are. They know who's better than any other guy. They know better than anyone.
For sure.
You know, they see it every day.
Attention. Yeah. And some guys probably hate it. It's like, damn, that's the guy I got to compete with. Like, I thought I had this
of course
job.
they do.
Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years, and that guy left, so I feel like I'm the guy now. And then, oh, who's this? Oh shit,
Absolutely.
that's a real thing there. So shout out to Grayson Littleton, man. Again, he has passed every test with flying colors to this point. The first scrimmage of the fall is tomorrow. Now, this one is a closed door scrimmage, so
Yep.
we'll have some insider reports and some behind the scenes intel for Monday's show. But yeah, the first scrimmage of the camp will happen tomorrow, and then I think there will be 2 more on the next couple of Saturdays leading up to Saturday, August 30th.
Getting
All right.
close.
Getting close, man. Getting close. We'll get to some NFL here in a moment. I think we've had our first big season-ending injury of training camp that we've got to talk about. The Texans also had a pretty big injury scare yesterday, and Micah Parsons did not attend Cowboys practice yesterday, but apparently it's not contract related. We'll talk about that. We got to get into this ice cream story as well before we wrap up the show. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Say hello to the folks over at 34 Wine and Spirits, 4601 Southwest Parkway, folks, for all your alcohol needs. If you need beer, wine, liquor, they've got it there. They also can deliver it to you. They are a wholesale distributor in Travis County. So if you're having a big party, big gathering, before a game, after a game, call on 34 Wine and Spirits, or just stop by the store and pick up a nice, fine bottle of wine there, or any of your beverages at 4601 Southwest Parkway. But we know one thing you'll find there. You'll find Altstadt Beer, best beer in the world, is located there in all its varieties.
Absolutely. Get you some Altstadt Beer at 34 Wine and Spirits. And if you're looking for something to do, look, we're running out of weekends without football. So if you're looking for a fun activity this weekend, how about a trip down to the Altstadt Brewery?
Yes,
A good
sir.
buddy of mine was there yesterday, had lunch, sent me a couple of pictures, said he and his wife had a great time. If you're doing one of those Fredericksburg trips, maybe checking out some wineries, maybe just walking around downtown Fredericksburg, make sure you make the Altstadt Brewery one of your stops. You get great beer. They also have great food there, live music every weekend, the outdoor beer garden. They've got a giant indoor seating area as well, so you're not just stuck outside like you are at some other breweries around town. Now, Altstadt has everything that you are looking for. It is the perfect day trip for the beer drinkers in your life. And it's a gorgeous drive down to the Central Texas Hill Country as well. Not very far from Austin. Hell, it's gettable too from San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston as well. So definitely check out the Altstadt Brewery. And maybe more importantly, whatever you have going on this weekend, make sure you accompany your good times with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
Also, a shout out to the Hecht Law Firm as well. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney in Central Texas. A friend of the show, but a fighter for the people. He's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. He's been a friend of mine for even longer than that. So if you've been hurt in a car accident, if you get injured on the job, if a dog bit you, any sort of personal injury, don't fight the insurance companies alone. You're dealing with enough trying to get healthy, number one, and get your life back on track, number two. Don't deal with the insurance companies trying to steal every dollar out of your pocket. Call my man, Hurricane Hecht, and let him flood your wallets with cash. He's the best at what he does. And the best part, there are no fees unless he wins. That's right. You don't pay unless he wins your case. That's how confident he is that he's going to get money in your pocket. 512-938-8929. Once again, 512-938-8929. You can find out more at hechtlawfirm.com. That's HECHT lawfirm.com.
Nice.
All right. First big season-ending injury of training camp has happened, Buck. We're talking about the NFL right now. Chargers All-Pro left tackle Rashawn Slater tore his patellar tendon at practice yesterday, and he is done for the year. Good news for him. He just signed a 4-year huge money extension less than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Jerry wouldn't like that.
You see why guys like Micah Parsons are trying to get those long-term deals done?
Absolutely.
They want that financial security just in case something like this happens. Now, yeah, on the other hand, the Chargers are like, damn it, this sucks. We could have maybe put this thing off a little bit more and maybe not had to pay as much. But, yeah, the good news for Rashawn Slater is he does have that money. But obviously the bad news is he can't play for this season, and now he's got to rehab a very serious injury. That's a big blow for the Chargers. That was a playoff team last year. They've got a really good offensive line. That's one of the strengths of their team in front of Justin Herbert. So he will be missed in that AFC West for sure.
Now, do they have their the Chargers? Did the old dude come back at wide receiver for them too?
Yeah, they just re-signed Keenan Allen like 2
Dude,
days ago.
Didn't he like would play for them for years and years before he went off to Chicago for like just a 2-year stint? Now he's back.
Yep, I think that's exactly what happened. Yeah, long-time Charger, 6-time Pro Bowler there in LA. I mean, they drafted him in 2013, and then spent last year in Chicago. Things did not go well, and now he is.
Yeah, because Mike Williams retired, the big guy for the Chargers. He retired from football, I believe.
Yeah, he did. Who's Chargers' best receiver might be Lad McConkey.
Yes, he was last year.
And they've got Quentin Johnston out of TCU, who's been very hit and miss, more miss than hit.
Yeah, but that's nice. That's 3 nice wide receivers right there.
Oh, I don't know if I'm going to call Keenan Allen nice in 2025. I don't know.
Maybe he's kind of old.
He's 33. I mean, look, he's had a great career, and maybe just being back in LA is what he needs to get things back on track. But I don't feel too great about him putting up big numbers this season. But who knows?
Will Mike Evans put up big numbers again?
Always.
Damn.
Always. He's from Galveston. He's a Galveston guy. He's a BOI, man. Of course he is. No question about that. So my favorite Aggie of all time. Pretty damn good, that guy. The Texans had a big injury scare yesterday. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, the safety with the Eagles last year. He was a big part of their Super Bowl run. A guy the Texans signed in free agency. He was carted off the practice field yesterday. And the initial tweets and reports were that he tore his ACL. MRI came back, ACL still intact. So he's hurt.
Sprain.
And he's going to miss some time. I don't know if they've given out a full-on diagnosis there. So I just ripped my Phil Steele magazine. That's good. But it sounds like the Texans avoided worst case scenario with CJ GJ. That guy talks a lot of smack, dude. I think it's gonna be fun in that Texas defense. That Texans defense is absolutely loaded.
That secondary is loaded.
I mean, it's a top 5 defense in the NFL, and I might be underselling them. Like they might be top 3 this year. It's just, can they get their offense figured out? They fired their offensive coordinator. They got a new one. Can the O-line be better protecting C.J. Stroud? Can Stroud look more like rookie year Stroud than sophomore year Stroud? And all those questions are fair for Houston. And in the last NFL story, Micah Parsons, Buck, did not attend Cowboys practice yesterday.
Yeah, he's getting to the point where he's not even going to come out there and hold the bag anymore.
Well, according to sources, he was dealing with back tightness. So
yeah, holding those bags can get you. Holding those bags at practice with your helmet on and just listening to the coach go through drills, that can be tough.
Yeah, it's funny. Maybe it's not funny. It's actually kind of annoying. It's probably the opposite of funny for Cowboys fans. But at the start of Cowboys practice yesterday, Micah Parsons wasn't there. And Jerry Jones wasn't there. Everybody else was out there, but there's no Micah and there's no Jerry. And everyone's like, okay, is something happening right now? Are these guys maybe negotiating? Are we about to get news about a long-term deal getting done? No, that was not the case at all.
Mike was on his podcast, and Jerry was having surf and turf at the club.
You think Jerry's a big surf and turf guy?
Probably. He knows all the specials around town.
Yeah, I think he does. He knows what the pros know.
He doesn't actually go to those places. They do Uber Eats to the bus.
I think Jerry Jones is a big Uber Eats guy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I bet somebody else is placing those orders for him, don't you? he
He
might be getting food. No, I don't think he wants his name out there. He might get food delivered, but I don't think he is putting his own name out there. He's got some.
Is there money to be made? Is there money to be made through Uber Eats for him? No.
I don't know. Now, he has one of his illegitimate children placing those orders on
Very
Uber
nice
Eats for him, I think. By the way, Jaden Blue, speaking of the Cowboys, speaking of the Longhorns, Jaden Blue actually left Cowboys practice early. He was dealing with an ankle injury. Didn't look good early on, but some good news there. He did have an MRI last night. It revealed a bone bruise in his heel yesterday.
Oh.
So no serious injury, not even an ankle sprain, right? Those sprained ankles can keep you out for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
It sucks because, the Cowboys' first preseason game is tomorrow, and you figured Jaden Blue was going to play. I don't think the Cowboys have announced anything, but I feel like now he's not going to play, considering the injury was on Thursday and the game's on Saturday. So we'll have to wait a little bit, more than likely, to see Jaden Blue.
Hard to
make
run with a
Cowboys
bruise
debut.
on your foot.
Yeah. It sounds like someone stepped on his foot or stepped on his ankle in a weird way, and it caused it to twist in a weird way, and now it's bruised up into something on the heel. So again, could have been worse, but that was one of the things, maybe the thing I was looking the most forward to in checking out this Cowboys preseason opener against the Rams tomorrow night. And we won't get to watch it. So that's a bummer. By the way, Cooper Rush, his first pass as a Baltimore Raven was intercepted yesterday. So he is no longer with the Dallas Cowboys, and not a great start to his Lamar Jackson backup career.
Damn it.
I know that one really hurts you. All right, couple of fun stories, Buck, before we get out of here.
Okay.
You have informed the people that you are planning on shedding ice cream from your diet. Do I have this right?
I'm putting on I'm going to go all the way till Thanksgiving.
With not a single bite?
No ice cream until Thanksgiving, till my Thanksgiving meal.
Okay.
I can do that. I've got the ability to do that.
When you get to Thanksgiving, are you back in, or is it just like one day you'll have the ice cream?
No, it's just my one day. Thanksgiving is no holds barred when you're having a Thanksgiving meal. Nobody can tell you can't eat that. You can't have that many servings. No, I may do half gallon of ice cream that day.
An entire one by yourself. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. It's Thanksgiving, it's a big eating holiday. You should be over.
I'll go Thanksgiving and Christmas and then hold off again. Yes.
Well, this story that we're about to get to might make it a little easier for you to remove ice cream from your diet. Now,
you don't tell me somebody got loose at a dairy.
You're a huge ice cream fan, right?
Oh,
so this is going to be tough. But again, you hear stories like this, and this might make you feel good about your decision of getting rid of this for the next 3.5 months. I'm going to do a little screen share first, and then we'll read the details of this story. But Buck, I would like you to read what is on this cup of ice cream that is on the screen before you.
It says Frida breast milk ice cream.
That is correct.
That does say breast milk, right?
It does say breast milk ice cream. You can now buy breast milk flavored ice cream across the United States thanks to a new collab.
Who the hell would want
viral.
that?
You're not
I've
intrigued?
had breast milk before. I had breast milk before, and that's no good.
You're not intrigued by this?
Hell no.
Let me read some of the story here, and let's see if it changes your mind. This is
Okay.
a parenting brand. Frida is the name of a parenting brand, whatever that means. They have teamed up with New York-based small batch ice cream company Oddfellows to launch a limited edition breast milk flavored pint that is available for online purchase with nationwide shipping. Now, to nip this in the bud right away, it is not made from actual human breast milk. But they describe the flavor of this ice cream as, quote, just like mom used to make. And, quote, man.
I can say I don't remember back that far.
So, yeah, I don't either. And that's probably for the best. I don't think those are memories you want to have, sucking on your mom's teeth. That's one thing that you'd like to forget about as quickly as you possibly can. And that's one of the beauties of not having your memory developed at that stage in your life.
I had breast milk from my ex, the mother of my children. I've tasted it before. It ain't all that. It's I don't like warm milk anyway. And it's warm. I've never tasted it out. I've never taken a bottle and the nipples from a bottle and put it in my mouth and drank it that way. But I have tasted some right from it. And it is not good.
Well, you had it straight from the tap.
Yeah, I had it. Yeah, straight from the mama cow herself, just to taste it. It's not intriguing. It's nasty.
I have had breast milk in my adult life before, but not from the source. I wasn't as lucky as you were. It was the old Trey and BK days when Trey's wife was nursing their second child.
You
brought
had
some
some
in.
breast milk. That's
Brought
nasty.
some
It's
in.
not. There's nothing exciting about it, is it?
No, it's not very good. It's very watery. Like you get a little
Yes.
bit of milk taste in there, but it's very watered down, and it's just not that good. It's not like a flavor that I crave.
No,
You
and
know?
kids will eat, and that's why babies do it, because they'll eat and drink anything. They're
Yeah.
kids. They're stupid.
Yeah, I feel
They're
like they
born
have to.
stupid. They're born
Aren't there-
stupid.
There's some sort of ingredients in breast milk that like help a kid develop. Is that a real thing?
Oh, it's bonding with mom, and there's probably some nutritious value to it, but you can stick a baby's face under a goat and it would start sucking on it. So
Would you?
what do you think? I'm not an Aggie. I'm part Aggie.
The way you talk about the Aggies these days, I figured that was a fair question.
No.
You
No,
could purchase these online, by the way, Buck. Again, they're shipping these to the continental United States. So if you're tuned in from Alaska or Hawaii, sorry for your loss. But these are shipping. You care to guess? They're only selling them in pints. So this size, with what you know about ice cream and how much pints of ice cream costs typically, you care on guessing how much each pint of this breast milk ice cream is going for?
I'm going to say, I'm going to say, I'm
No
going to
shipping.
double up
Don't
my
worry.
12.
Don't worry
I'm
about.
gonna say-
Don't worry
I'm gonna
about
say-
shipping.
Okay, then I'm going to say $16 a pint.
All right, you're in the ballpark. It's $12.99.
I almost said
pint.
$12. I always said double up at 12 since with the shipping to 24. My original thought was 12.
Well, it's funny you say that because here's the catch. If you want to call this a catch, you have to order at least 2. That's the minimum order for this.
Yeah.
So you're going to be paying, $12.99 times 2 plus whatever shipping. Here's what's interesting here, Buck. We'll bring on the boys here. We got to get Double R and Wags' thoughts on this first. Gentlemen, good morning, first and foremost. Number 2, second and second most, breast milk ice cream. Are y'all intrigued?
Is this keto or something like that? Like what type of diet are we going on? Is breast milk
No,
keto?
it's for real. It's for ice cream.
We're going on the mommy milkers diet.
I don't
with this
know if
one.
I've ever had breast milk.
I haven't.
Mm.
Well, I mean, if I did, I don't remember it.
Katie nursed for a little bit, but I never was intrigued to taste it. But Katie nursed, but yeah, I never tried it.
It's not great.
Yeah, what's it? You said you've tasted it. What's it taste like? Like, is it almost? Is it
tastes like 2%?
Yeah, is it like sweat? Seriously, stupid question, but does it? You said it was kind of like watered down, almost saline.
Yeah, 2%. Tastes like 2%. Kind of chalky.
See, we drink 2%.
And by the way, who the hell drink? I never got into have a glass of warm milk. It's warm. It's not like a glass of cold milk.
Right.
It comes out from the nipple and it's warm, and that's gross. Only to a baby does babies like that.
My kid didn't like it. She didn't take to it very well, to her mom's milk.
Rejected?
So yeah. So it was bottle feeding for me.
Formula?
I was a feeder.
Yeah. Oh, she was breastfeeding off of you, Double R.
Absolutely.
Do I have that right?
Yeah, that's
and
right.
And so is the cat.
It's Altstadt. That's why she's constantly confused.
So that's hilarious. So if you guys are curious, like, what does this taste like? What does this ice cream taste like? The company, Frida, describes the ice cream as, quote, sweet, a little salty, smooth, with hints of honey and sprinkles of colostrum.
We got some salted caramel flavor. No, seriously, like I'm intrigued by what the pros would be to using breast milk instead of regular milk. Like, is there something?
They're not using breast milk to make this
They're
ice
just
cream.
calling it this.
It's just a flavor that resembles the taste of breast milk. So there's not.
Never mind. I'm sorry. I thought they were actually using breast milk for. I was just like, what?
It may not be bad, guys. BK, you and I had a honey beer when we last saw each other, and that tasted pretty damn good.
Yeah, but I don't.
Pretty damn good.
I don't.
I don't
salty.
think I'm going to try this.
Okay, so here's the thing: you can get this shipped, but guys, I am in New York right now, and apparently from August 5th through 10th, today's the 8th, so I've got a couple of days to do this. This ice cream is being served in person at a pop-up shop in Brooklyn.
Gotta do it.
Hell yeah.
You got to do it.
I have to, right, for the show?
Guinea pig.
Don't go to Brooklyn.
You go all the way to Brooklyn for that?
I know. It's not really close to where I am now and where the wedding is, but it's for the bit, right? Like it's close. It's right. Technically speaking.
If we want to see you tomorrow, don't go to Brooklyn.
Oh man, but it's breast milk, boys. You get 2 free human breasts with every purchase.
Now you're talking.
Nice. I just got interested.
I don't think that's the promo, but all right.
Yeah, Longhorn Bear's right. Have you ever had skim milk before, Rodney?
Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
That's what boob milk tastes like. Skim milk.
Man.
We drink 2%, but we don't do the skim.
Dude, I don't think that's what it tastes like at all. I mean, I think it's way worse than any 2% or skim.
It almost tasted, or it sounded like it tasted like sweat.
It was it was very watered down. I don't know if I'd go sweat, but I also don't really know what. I guess I don't know. We sometimes you drink sweat when it gets into your mouth, but I've never drank sweat out of a jar.
Saltiness, right? Like
little saltiness, little wateriness. Yep. So maybe it is. There's a little sweat tint going on to it.
I think we have a simple resolution here. If you don't do it, BK, we need our man Jay Willems and Sue Patrick. Get some of this and let's do another taste test.
Oh no, not another taste test.
Who's providing the milk?
Come on. Who no one has to provide the milk.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's not a natural ingredient. It's a flavor. It's a flavor.
How are you not women off the street? Come on, stop in.
How are you not getting this, Wags? It's not breast milk in there. It's a flavor.
I'm obsessed with. I don't know.
Odd. Man, is Sydney Sweeney going to do a commercial for this?
Probably.
Maybe.
Wow, then now I'm a little bit more intrigued, huh?
Ooh.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, you guys have seen my wife when she was like 20, right?
I don't think I was alive, sir.
I haven't shown you pictures of that, pictures of her.
Be careful here.
No, we're good. I actually Reed saw pictures of his mom the other day when she was she's like, who the hell is that? And I was like, that's your mother, buddy. That's your mom.
Operation you run,
dude.
Oh no! He thought his mom was hot.
No. He's just I'm probably. I mean, the way that he.
He'd say, "Boy's mine." Yes, he thought his mom was hot.
Yeah.
The way that he reacted to the pictures, he was just, it appeared that she, he thought that she was beautiful. So
I thought I was bad at the junior high parking lot asking my daughter, "Who is that?" Oh, that's a student.
Oh, what the Marty McFly is going on here?
You are definitely you have one-upped everybody on that one, Mike.
Oh God.
I thought it was a teacher, man. Great looking coach. That's not a coach.
That's it, coach, gym teacher.
That's right.
All right, guys.
All right, boys, listen, have a great weekend. Y'all be safe. People trying to get that last week of vacation in. Be careful on those roads, because they're not looking both ways. They're just going right now.
I got you, brother.
Stand on it.
Be careful.
Be safe. Have a great weekend.
Have a good weekend, boys.
Later, boys. Right, there they go. I was hoping to talk a little bit of football, but we always get sidetracked and get chaotic here. Just with the introduction of Chaos Theory, welcome to this wonderful show on this wonderful program, Texas Sports Unfiltered. You can follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. And then my homie, my partner in crime, Double R, he is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter. The Wagner Wire on the Instaface, and then the _ Rodney R on the Instaface for my partner. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already, and then call us on that or text us on that code at text line 512-222-9328. Had some football last night, my guy. Three games on the slate. Did you call the cousin at all?
No, didn't. But I watched some football. I want to ask you something though before that. What? You know what? Do you read the Community Impact newspaper that comes in the mail?
I did when I moved here. When we first moved here, I did.
So because you and I are in real close proximity. So
it's the same neighborhood.
I
think mine's called the Woods, and yours is called something else.
Yeah. I was going to call you last night because so it tells you in there. It's like, okay, openings, closings, moving businesses, all that. Did you see that our Jack in the Box closed down?
Did it?
Yeah.
I haven't been there in a long time, so
I know
it wasn't getting any business, right? Like
I know that
the only business it was
about
getting was from the cockroaches coming in on the wall. So
yeah, it's like you go there and there's like green smoke coming out of the roof. It's like
no, dude. Like I placed the worst part is coincidentally last time I went there, right? I placed now. Of course, I was going. It's like 11. You're not going to Jack and the Crack at like 8 o'clock. You're
going
usually
on the taco
like a late
run,
night run or a midnight run or something like that, right? So it was around like 11 or midnight. And you know how you got to place your order and then you got to pull all the way around to the drive-through, right? Yep. Well, I placed my order, and as you're pulling around, I just see the wall moving. I'm not embellishing. I'm not exaggerating. The wall was moving. I thought might have been a little bit of the gasoline at first. It was cockroaches, dude. It was cockroaches. There were that, or water bug. You know, you can call them water bugs or whatever you want to call them. These were roaches. All right, crawling on the side of the damn building, where the window, almost where the drive-through window was at, and the second door where the second door opens up. I couldn't take my order. That was it. I was done.
Yeah.
I was just like, no, thank you, buddy. I'm okay. They kept my money. They kept my money. Or no, I'm sorry. I didn't even pay.
Well, I was going to say, I think the writing was on the wall, literally. Before that, because you got the McDonald's across the street, and then you got the Whataburger over here right down the road. So they kind of, and that's in an odd location where it's like up there, kind of sitting up.
We got Chick-fil-A. Something else is coming in.
Yeah, the Chick-fil-A is over there now. And here's a right here, Longhorn Bear.
Something else is coming in too, though, right? Like there's another big name. Panda Express.
Oh, they're doing that too.
Panda Express it's already been built.
Oh shit! All right, nice. I need to pay more attention. Yeah, the shortstop. See, we lost our shortstop too, right there in front of Round Rock High School.
I didn't know that went out of business either.
Yeah, that went out of business too. That's closed. So yeah, all the shortstops are going. We lost our Sonic, which was right there.
And they say temporarily closed, but you look around that parking lot, ain't nothing coming back to that parking lot.
No.
The bands consume that or whatever the hell that is.
Well, and that's why I worry about that bushes that's kind of hidden right there because it's kind of stashed back in there. And we used to do under the lights at that bushes from time to time. And I would talk to them and they'd be like, man, this construction is killing our business. I'm like, just don't close. Just don't close.
Usually stuff, it's funny we're talking about this in a time in a world where the market is kind of bad and down a little. Well, actually, it's starting to turn a little bit. I think I'm done chasing the rabbit, chasing a nut or whatever that old analogy is, dude. I'm tired of jumping from tech jobs, 18-month contracts to 18-month contracts. I think I'm going into business for myself. Yeah,
I've done that. I did that for a lot of years.
I was a lifeguard before I went into the military. All right, before I joined the Marine Corps, and I learned how to clean pools. So I'm thinking about getting my CPO, my certified pool operator certificate, and getting a truck and getting some supplies and going around and cleaning pools. I know how to do it.
I'll tell you. I'm
tired of working. I love this job, but I'm tired of giving my time to other corporate, organizations and companies. It's time to start making money for me.
Yeah, CB absolutely still is. There's a second location too. I'll tell you the hardest part, what you have to do, and I'll tell you who can help you with this is my wife, and she will help you when it comes to structuring your business. Because like when you're an independent contractor, when it comes to business insurance and how you
my wife's in law too, so she said,
okay, good.
I got my LLC already set up, and
perfect, yeah, because that was the biggest thing that I would run into, and it was like, I would get paid, I'd have a closing or whatever, and I'd have like, it's going to be a great day. I've got a $14,000 commission check coming in, and it's like, yeah, but not much of that is actually anything you can use. That's the shitty part.
Yep.
But,
man. So I'm doing, just
good for you.
Yeah, a little bit of news. A little bit of turning some tide and just next steps of life, right?
Hey, you need a guy to do a read for you? I'll do it. I'll do it.
You want to do the read?
I'll do the reads for you.
Cool pool cleaners, baby.
But yeah, football last night, real football. I was actually, Wags, I even watched the pregame for football last night because it's like, okay, this is NFL football. And you know what I was
here?
thinking?
We made it, dude.
And I was thinking about this last night because I'm like, a lot of people are like, preseason, it sucks, it's irrelevant or whatever. But just imagine being one of those dudes and getting to put on, I don't give a shit if it's a Cleveland Browns uniform.
Dream, man. It's your dream.
Getting to put on one of those uniforms and getting out there and actually getting on the field. Wags, I would put a uniform on and go stand on the sideline. Matter of fact, I don't want to be in the game. But
you want to be the kicker?
I just want to stand there. I just want to wear a uniform, man. That's got to be so cool. That's got to be so cool.
It's and also like real quick too, like always chase your dreams too, right? And that's what's happening. Like these guys' dreams are coming true. Like they're stepping onto the big field, they're under the big lights and they're about to have their their dreams unfold right before their eyes, man.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, I mean, I wish I would have chased my dream when I was 20 years old instead of going in the military. You know what I mean? I wish I would have realized that there were resources there that I could have found, and instead of just thinking that there was just nothing there. Because I mean, you guys know my story. I don't come from money or what. My grandparents raised me. We were on a fixed income. We were on my grandfather's pension or whatever, and I didn't have after I flunked out at Shepherd, that was really no other way to get into school except for go back through the military. So that's kind of how we went.
Yeah.
Anyways,
it's always funny when I talk to old friends, from school or whatever, even if this is far back from like elementary school and stuff, and somehow I run across them and we start conversating as the well-to-do people say. Conversing. And they're like, man, I remember when you were a kid, all you wanted to do was just be a part of car racing and
racing cars, man,
and be on the radio. So what are you doing these days? I'm like, I'm a big part of racing and I'm on the radio.
What was one of your big intriguing moments of being, making you want to go to radio? What intrigued you to be in radio? I never asked that about you. I never found that about you. Like, was there a movie? For me, it was like old movies and broadcasters, right? I don't know. Like, have you ever seen? It's stupid. I can't believe I'm actually going here, but this is one of my first influences. Do you remember the movie Better Off Dead?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Remember the Asian pair that would follow Lane Myers around, and the one was a driver, and he was trying to race and beat Lane Meyer in a race in a car, and the other guy was trying to race him down the K12 or the K9 or whatever. Well, the guy that was riding shotgun out of the Asian pair was Lane Meyer. Yeah. It's just for some reason, like whenever I would pull up to a party through high school, I'd be like, and Lane Meyer has finally arrived, and he's bringing the Mad Dog 2020. Yes, we had Mad Dog. I was that cheap to where I would bring Mad Dog 2020. But yeah, it's as weird as it sounds. That was one of my first influences to broadcasting and wanting to be in radio. Is just seeing that movie and being that guy, being the guy in the sidecar, and Lane Meyer pulls up to the finish line, pulls up to the starting line. Can he deliver?
All I did was listen to race announcers, so that pretty much started all of that. But for me, the radio thing was stupid story, man. This was like 1977, I think it was. We had gone to, ironically, an auto parts store to get race car parts for my dad's stuff, and there was
How
a guy.
Old were you in 77?
Let's see, 6, 7, something like that. I was born in 71.
Gotcha.
So we go rolling up to this auto parts store, and there's a guy sitting there with a turntable with a microphone like this, just like the shit that we have right here, and he's sitting there playing records. And the song plays. He's doing a remote. Right? Sure. And just like the music stops, and he's like, "We're at Checker Flag Auto Parts and Lockhart Highway 183." And I'm sitting there watching this dude. I'm like,
mesmerized.
I'm like, who's he talking to? and my dad's like, that's the radio guy.
Everybody. He's talking to everybody, buddy.
It's like it's all these people, and I'm like, holy shit. Seriously, my dad we stayed there and I watched him for 2 hours, and it's like, this is unbelievable. I said, I want to do that one day. So yeah, there you go. I want to be a country DJ.
Good for you, amigo. Well, following your dreams, buddy. Following your dreams. All right. Yeah, we had some football, man. Where you want to kick off at?
I told you Daniel Jones is going to be the starting quarterback for the Colts.
He didn't. Did you see what? Did you watch him? Did you watch the game?
What's more frustrating, him or Richardson?
Classic Danny Dimes, buddy. Classic Danny Dimes, man.
Well, it seems to me the Colts have themselves a problem. You got one dude hurt and you got another one that ain't worth the shit. What are you going to do? What are you going to do if you're the Colts?
I think you need to face the music that you might have drafted inaccurately, right? And you have to find a way to kind of salvage it and supplement it, right? If you're trying to find a way to do that through Daniel Jones, I wish you the best of luck, Indianapolis, but I don't think it's going to work out in fruition like you think it's going to. You're trying to, everybody's trying to do this with Daniel Jones, right? You're thinking that you're going to get a very cheap Josh Allen when that's just not the product that's going to play out on the field. It's not. Like, he's made some throws before, but ultimately he throws the game away. That's my take on Daniel Jones.
Yeah, I think their thought was to bring him in that way if you needed him. I don't think that they assumed that they were going to need him this quick. And again, it's a dislocated pinky, I hear, for Richardson, and it just goes on with him. I think honestly what the Colts need to do, forget these guys, or I mean, if you're going to keep them, whatever the case is. But call your cousin, call Kirk, get that dude in there. Because I don't really think that either one of these guys is going to be the answer. Richardson's going to get hurt.
What would they have to give up for Kirk Cousins? Because you know damn well Atlanta's trying to move that bag.
That's a lot of money to overhaul.
You got to eat that. You got to eat that entire bag because Atlanta's trying not to, right? Like, it's already paid. The bag's already on the table. Like, that's exactly what you're taking. If you really want a quarterback that might go down at the touch of a button, or at the touch of a collar. So
yeah, that's where it's so interesting to watch that. And I did think so when it happened, I mean, when Richardson goes down, I'm like, here we go. The Cinderella story's about to start right now. Here's the comeback of Daniel Jones. And then he starts playing. And I'm thinking, well, shit, maybe not.
I don't think so, buddy. I'm wishful thinking for you. I'm glad that you're so optimistic on Daniel Jones. I just don't think it's actually going to. He could prove me wrong, but I based off of stuff that I've seen in the past 4 years, I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. Of course, the Ravens. On the other hand, the Ravens, they're top notch. Everything except for what used to be their nail in the coffin. Field goals and special teams. So no Josh Tucker. Very weird, very wild. So yeah, kicking duties are now going to Tyler Loop. Tyler Loop is now the guy that's kicking through the upright Ravens. Except what's up?
Nail one. I saw him nail one last night.
Yeah, but I mean, it's weird when you're looking down on that gridiron or looking down on the field and not seeing Tucker there. So. Wild turn of events. Hopefully everything works out well for Josh. I still I want to give him benefit of the doubt, but when you have so many people, making accusations and claims, man, it's bad optics, very shitty optics. And if you're, God, I hope everybody's lying. I hope people are lying, man.
That was the strange thing last night, because as the kicker would roll out,
eerie feeling, right? Just
as the kicker would roll out for the Ravens, it's like, okay, back to the hole. It's preseason. It's like, yeah, but Justin Tucker will be out, when the season starts. But then it's like, no, he won't. And that's, you take the lifetime Longhorn, any player when something happens like that.
It sucks.
Yeah. I mean, it really does, and that's where this whole thing. You hope it's not true, and again, everything, you're innocent until you're proven guilty.
Right, for sure.
I don't know what goes next, but that really is weird. I mean, it really is weird.
God, Patrick, my God, buddy, I love this show. I love you guys, man. I'll tell you who looked fantastic last night.
Who?
I'll tell you who looked fantastic.
last night. Who's that?
Joe Burrow.
Oh,
like the Cincinnati Bengals. We talked about their offense. Their offense is fantastic. They can't stop anybody. 14 points put up in the first quarter. I mean, and Burrow was dealing, dude, and it doesn't look like he missed a beat. They look great coming out of camp. If they can keep this type of momentum up and keep this type of offensive firepower going, and everybody stays healthy, watch out AFC. Watch out. We talked about who's going to dethrone Kansas City. You mentioned it. The only team that's done it before has been this team, right? Because they have the offensive firepower to kind of compete and contend against this team, right? It's an arms race when you're talking about Mahomes and Andy Reid and what they can put up on the field, right? A lot of speed usually comes out of there, but I mean, now you have arguably, if we're not talking Minnesota for the best wide receiver room, we're talking Cincinnati. Like I think that's been established at this point, right?
Yeah.
Best wide receiver room in the AFC is Cincinnati, hands down. It was on display last night. Chase was able to get one. The dynamic duo they're back. They're absolutely back. They look great.
I have to tell you, and part of that also is what I really like about that is, and I get the preseason thing. I mean, you don't want people.
Sure, yeah. I mean,
talking about all
they didn't have to do anything. They came out. They played a great first couple of a great first quarter, or hell, a great first series rather. And then they were on. They were done.
That's
what more do you have to show?
That's it. You roll those dudes out and you get them. They look crisp. They look clean.
You got flow going, right?
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, I mean, I'd like to see them in the next game. I'd like to see them do that again. I mean, I think that kind of puts you a one up a little bit where you're in that tempo. And I know you're not playing, the top defense in the NFL, but still the whole thing is, and this is back to the preseason conversation, these are hungry people that are playing football. And to me, that's
too, but also like you're just trying to get your rhythm down.
Trying to get your rhythm,
right?
Yeah.
Trying to get your rhythm down, trying to get your reps in, and trying to get your wind up, right? So that you want to say mid-season form by the time the first quarter of football of the football season ends, which is week 4. Like after week 4, used to be in mid-season form. Yeah, honestly, like and if you can do that without taking any injuries, that's kind of recipe for a championship season there, Bingo. So.
Yeah, no doubt. But I mean, seriously, with what we saw from Cincinnati, a very small pint-sized version. I mean, you take a look at that offense, and it's like, holy shit. I mean, that's where you go back to if you can put the other.
They're loaded. I mean, I'm looking at them right now. They're loaded. They're absolutely loaded, man. They're filthy.
Yeah, and that's where if you can get the other side of the ball where you need it.
The team on the other end of the field is pretty loaded too, right? I was just talking about like I just don't think there's a better offense out there than Cincinnati at the moment.
No.
I totally agree with the Eagles. They can do fantastic stuff, but they're the overall better team, I would ultimately say. But I'm wowed by the Cincinnati Bengals offense. I am. I think they're the one team that can absolutely blow the doors off of, or that can keep up with Kansas City and outdo them with their game towards the end of it.
And that's why I'm so excited in the AFC that you have Denver on the climb, and that you have the Chargers on the climb, and that you have these teams, the Texans like the Bengals. If you can put it all together,
I think that's a tier down still, right? I think the teams that you named, I still think they're a tier down in terms of the championship caliber tier, right?
The Bengals or the Texans?
I think the Texans. I mean, the Texans. I mean, until this year's probably the tell of the tape, right? This year is going to be a telling year, especially with CJ Stroud coming into year 3. Is this a contract year for Stroud?
I don't think so.
Or is next year a contract?
I think he's at least a year away from that at this point. So this is where I think the Texans are in a good spot right here, because as they've gone out and tried to sign. Because I think that's a real luxury to where you have a young on a rookie contract like that, to where you can go out and assemble and do all these different things before you have to pay that first big extension. And then you get
it's the greatest window, right? It's the greatest opportunity window for championship play, right?
Yeah. And then you had the Pete Carroll Bowl. Did you stay up late for that one?
I did. 23-23.
A tie. A tie. How about that?
I think one of the things that made me cheese the most was I saw I forget the running back that went into the end zone for Seattle. But after he went, I saw a cameraman pushing, which was like, dude, what the heck? You're not allowed to touch players like that. Then they did a zoom in on it. It was Lynch. It was Marshawn.
Oh, really? Oh, Marshawn Lynch?
Marshawn Lynch is on the fraternity team.
Oh, I saw.
He was taking photos. He was taking action shots in the end zone. I was like, you're not allowed to contact NFL players or players on the field. And I guess apparently he must, being Marshawn Lynch, you're probably in that locker room from time to time, and you know the ball players. And I just thought I was pissed off. I was getting ready to get pissed off at first, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's okay. It's Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. I saw something somewhere this morning to where it was like Marshawn Lynch shoves a player as a photographer. I'm like, what? What are you talking about?
Maybe there was probably somebody stupid making tabloids of it or making, hoopla, but it was nothing of the sort. It was basically just giving them yeah, man. But at first, when you first look at it, you're just like, whoa, you're not supposed to touch the players. But, ultimately, when it's Marshawn Lynch, I think you can kind of do whatever you want. As long as he's got his Skittles, he can do anything.
He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, 23-23. Again, I was, after the second game on the slate, I kind of was, we had our fill, right? I thought we were treated to a dandy there, but yeah, I mean, when there's football on, I'm going to watch, man. That's kind of how it is, buddy.
Yeah, I didn't stay up for that one. Tonight, I got to tell you
that. What time do you go to bed?
Last night I went to bed like 11, but I had turned the football off by then. So see what I've started doing earlier, Wags, like I've told you before, I used to eat really late. Now I eat early. And so I get tired.
Okay.
So I guess that's a good thing. I'll tell you that. Speaking of the Texans, I kind of think
real quick though, I wanted to see the reason. I mean, you ask, why people watch preseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I
love preseason.
I'm still in fantasy sports too, right? I still do fantasy football, so a lot of I want to see who the spellbacks are going to be, so I can get some deep sleepers. And Mostert, I want to see how many totes Mostert we get. Yeah, I think he only got one touch last night. But I got Mostert in my dynasty league, and it's I thought maybe last year would be the time to kind of roll him out and see if I can get some return on my interest, my ROI. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what he's going to do in the silver and black. Hopefully, he's still got some some miles on those tires, but we'll see. I think I missed the big sell window for Mostert there. I should have traded him maybe a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, but he was still producing, right? And I was kind of having disparity in my running back room for one of my dynasty leagues. So I don't know, I kind of needed to hold on to him. But when Mostert's your chip, your chair, and a prayer, you might want to invest somewhere else, buddy, because that's not exactly the best stuff for you.
So that guy, when he had that really good year, and he's had good years.
He's been consistent. It's just he's had touches away from A-Chain.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, when he had that breakout year, Wags, I signed him like mid-season, and I won my league riding that.
Oh
year. Yeah. I mean, it was that 1 year. I mean, he's been consistent. He's been consistent.
Or he I don't know. He kind of reminds me of a little bit of Arian Foster back in the, not so much their running styles, but just kind of how they blew up on the scene. In short spurts.
Yeah.
All right, where do we want to go next, dude?
Did want to mention, so the Texans a little scary yesterday with C.J. Gardner-Johnson going down, and
I saw that, yeah.
Thought it could be an ACL, but apparently the ACL is intact, so not going to be season ending. So I thought that was a good acquisition for them in the offseason. Well, it is. Now he'll just be down a little bit, and this goes back to the whole Cincinnati-Houston thing. It's like, okay, get the other pieces together with that offensive. I think that was an integral piece right there that they tried to fill to get their defense to the next level. So hopefully that's something that doesn't deter the plan there for
right. Bringing on the slate tonight too. So we got some Friday night football as well. So
we got to watch Shedeur Sanders tonight, man. That's going to be the talk of the
town
tonight.
All right. So I mean, I think that's kind of where I was going with my Friday futures, right? When we get to the Friday futures at the end of it, I was going to ask you, Shedeur, how many touchdowns does Shedeur throw, or first throw of the or maybe the first series he trots out there, does he throw a touchdown or does he throw a pick? We'll leave it that cut and dry, that simple.
Yeah, that's coming up later.
Friday fruitions. Remind me of that when we get to it.
That's right. As well as the top five, and as well as the Cox. Actually, that'll be coming up after we hear some customer testimonials from great customers of Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Check them out this weekend. Make your way out there to Bee Cave. It's covertbeecave.com.
All right, amigo, real quick, I'll tell you about our friends at Audiovisual Consultations, too. 512-255-8678 is the number. They've been doing it for over 37 years now. Make sure you go out and ask them about the audiovisual automation and how they can set the standard, or how they set the standard in that category. No job's too big, no job's too small. Just give them a call right now. Again, that number, 512-255-8678. Again, 512-255-8678. That website, abconsultations.com. You see the gallery of projects that it's done. My house has been on there. Rodney's setup's been on there. No job's too big. I said it. No job's too small. Just give them a call, baby.
There it is. Absolutely. Good time to get it. Good time to get it. Football season is here. You better get that system set up. What do you think, my man? Some South Carolina? We'll talk some SEC number 14.
Where are you at now with the Cockies, with the Gamecocks, my guy? You got, a decent quarterback at the helm here. Do you think that they actually have some magic that they can make some things moving with in the SEC?
I'm kind of high on them, to be honest with you. I like off the edge. I like Dylan Stewart. I think that dude is massive.
Can they ride Sellers that much though? Like what you mean kind of high on them? Like how high? Like where are they at? Where are they even at in the SEC for you?
I think I honestly have them higher than most. I have them. So obviously you've got
Georgia. 16 teams. They're out of 16 teams. Where you got them?
I've got them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got them 5th.
Jesus Christ, Rodney.
Got them 5th, to be honest with you. I've got 1, 2, 3.
I'm intrigued. I gotta hear this. I have to
think. So you got, man, I don't want to give away the whole thing, but I'm just, for some reason, I think that they're going to be riding Sellers here. And this is, I guess, if you want to say that I have a sleeper, I think they're my sleeper, because I think this team is going to, we can go through the schedule here in just a minute. They're going to fire right out of the box here, dude. This could be a 5-0 football team right here.
You got them better than, all right. So Georgia, Texas, Alabama,
LSU. They slot right in there.
You got them
right
over Oklahoma?
Over Oklahoma.
You got them over A&M. You got them over Florida and Ole Miss.
Yep. And the thing is, I want to have Florida higher, but we go back to that schedule that we talk about with Florida.
I guess Auburn's not proven.
Yeah. Hugh Freeze in that group, they're going to sneak up and maybe steal a game or two, but I really think this is
I did not have them. I don't even have them at 10. Like Steele has them at 10. I don't even have them at 10. I got them below Auburn.
Yeah, no, I think they're going to sneak up on some people, Wags. I really do. I saw a lot of people where it's like, they're going to go down in week 3 to Vanderbilt. No, they're not. They're going to take care of Vanderbilt. That's I think they're 5-0.
But that's a very intriguing week, right? Like, and again, I love what South Carolina can do on offense, but the question is their defense.
Yeah. Well, they made some good moves in the portal, and this is the other part where they've gone out and they've gotten some pieces, I think. But the month of October, look at that month of October, Wags, at LSU, Oklahoma, and Alabama. We find out right there. And that's where it's so crazy, because I say they're going to come out 5-0. But then what happens after that? And that's going to be the indicator.
You got Mississippi right after that, dude. And then there's no break with that. Like, the schedule's pretty daunting. It is.
Yeah.
Except for the beginning. We still I honestly don't know what Virginia Tech's going to be like this year. So I can't tell you how that's going to go. But in recent years, Va-Tech hasn't exactly been the Beamer football that it used to be, right? It hadn't had that Beamer brand, right? I think they struggle with Vandy. I could probably see Vandy beating them, honestly.
Oh man, I don't know, man. I've just got a really sneaking suspicion about these guys. They've got good depth at defensive tackle. So, dude, I don't know. This really is my surprise team of all of them. South Carolina. I'm high on the Cox. Got a good receiver out of the portal. So,
they lost Sanders from last year too. I don't know, dude. I think they're going to be down.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I think their only saving grace is that Sellers comes back on offense, right? I mean, they returned 7 starters on offense, 5 on defense. I'm not feeling your vibe here today. The past couple of teams we've been seeing eye to eye on, not with South Carolina. I think it's a preseason boast. I don't think they're as high or as dominant as people have them in the preseason polls. I think they're going to fall a little bit right out of the gate. Maybe they're able to win their first 3 games or their first 2 games, but I do see them losing to Vanderbilt, and then they'll slide down a little bit, and we'll see where they go from there. Now, I could be completely off on this too, but just based off of what they returned from last year, I don't think they're going to be that good.
I think with these guys, I think not only just with the edge rusher, you've got, and like I talk about the supplemental of defensive tackles, I think you got a really good pass rush, and I think you've got a secondary here with some of these guys with Swain and Smith and Kilgore. With some of these guys where the secondary is going to be,
but that's just it, though.
Sneakingly good.
Right, but what happens when you can't mask that secondary? What happens when you can't get pressure from the edge? What happens when you can't get when you can't stop anything up in the defensive interior, Rodney? That secondary that is supposed to be superior comes down the mid because they can't be masked.
Well, I mean, and that's where it's going to be with LSU.
You can't cover somebody for more than 4 seconds. It's just almost damn near impossible. You have to have pressure coming off of on the quarterback there.
But I think that they will. I mean, the Alabama, those games, yeah, that's where we're really going to know. But I mean, I think this is a top 10 team by the time we get to those big name games, to the LSU game. I think they've gotten themselves into the top 10.
They got 6 transfers in the portal, right? So I mean, they have been after it. They've been getting busy, but I mean, still, like, it's we'll see how that continuity comes together, right? It's got to come together quick because they're gonna, their cup, or I guess their breath of fresh air, their time to reprieve is literally like at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, the first month.
No, I mean, I take that back.
The first month, yeah.
They got Coastal Carolina, with in between Texas A&M and Clemson. So I mean, I guess that's 1 week to at the latter portion of the season to kind of get your bearings and get your breath back. But I mean, still, that's a daunting schedule, man. That's a pretty rough schedule. Like, you after the first month of football, strap in for college.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And this is where I wish, like, if I was a South Carolina fan, what I would wish is that in that first month, that one of these other games, I mean, Oklahoma or one of them, was sandwiched in there a little bit, to where as you're going through there, you get a really big test before you get 1, 2, 3 all right there up your ass. So, but again, that's just the way the schedule lays out. You have to play the schedule, but they're scary, man. They're scary. Kind of my thought on them. I think the ranking here is right.
Maybe they're under the radar, or maybe they're just off my radar for that reason. I mean, they're 14th for a reason, right?
And I can be totally wrong, Wags. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it's like I start looking at shit and I'm like, you know what?
Look, caveat to my point, they're preseason 14 for a reason, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so somebody that's smarter than I am has already sat down and gone through all this stuff. I'm just giving my take off of somebody else's preseason ranking, and that's all.
Well, and
you could be right. Hey, I'm not saying that I'm always right. Half the time you are right. Well, what are you talking about here?
It's I don't know, man. What and the dude, the running back from Utah State that came in, what's his name? Faison, I think is his name.
Faison. I don't know. Let me check it out here.
Yeah, Rashul Faison, I believe is the guy's name. I mean, that dude, 1,100 yards at Utah State. I mean, a little bit of depth.
Right, Faison. Yeah, Faison. Yeah, but still, like, Sanders was pretty nasty. Like, it's good. I thought Sanders was a big part of. Well, he was a big part of their ground and pound last year. I thought he was, what gave Sellers his edge too. It's like if they can supplement that and get a pretty nasty running back to keep the RPO, sit there, make it relevant and make it actual, where you got to defend him, where you got to honor, the run and also, the handoff and the quarterback, then I think it'll be okay. But ultimately, that's kind of where I'm at too. Just the fact that, they lost Sanders and they got to kind of supplement that. We'll see how Faison does. So,
yeah.
Go down the schedule here. I'd love to hear, I'd love to hear how strong you think they're going to win. They're going to finish. Virginia Tech, I got them as a win there. Question mark, but I got them as a win there. Like, ultimately, I just don't know about Virginia Tech. I got them beating South Carolina State. I have them losing to Vanderbilt. I have them beating Missouri. I have them beating Kentucky. I have them losing to LSU. I have them losing to Oklahoma. I have them losing to Alabama. I have them beating Mississippi. Okay, or actually, it's at Ole Miss. I have them.
That is a road game. Yep.
I have them losing. I'm going to change this. I'm going to flip it to an L. I have them losing to Ole Miss. Jesus, I have them losing to Texas A&M. They beat Coastal Carolina and they lose to Clemson.
Yeah, they'll lose to Clemson. I think they start 5-0. They lose to LSU. They're going to beat Oklahoma. I think they're going to beat Oklahoma. I'm not buying in on the Oklahoma thing, and it's not because I'm a Texas that I cover Texas. I'm just not in on it. I'm going to lose to Alabama, beat Mississippi. There's always a toss-up game, and it's an A&M game because
I got them at a 5-win team, and I know I'm nuts.
Let me count.
I got them at 5 wins. I know I'm absolutely batshit crazy, but I would love somebody to break this down and talk to me. Honest, this would be. Let's have a great conversation on South Carolina and why I think they're going to win 5 games.
I've got them at 8-9, with the A&M game being the one that I'm like, Now if that game wasn't at South Carolina, I'd be like, nope, South Carolina.
Worst case 5 games, all right? Best case, I can flip. Best case, I can give them an 8-win season.
Yeah.
But worst case, I can give them a 5-win season.
I'm confident. I might have to call my cousin here. Says
confident in the cock.
Feeling your resistance. I'm like, okay, this one is worth putting a little bit on. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're starting out 5-0. I'm telling you.
What's that?
Jake Bayless says there's no way they're going to start out 5-0.
Yeah, I think you're batshit crazy, dude. I don't think they're starting out 5-0 either.
They are starting out 5-0.
Rodney's on some crazy coffee.
There
the WNBA doesn't want to talk about Cox.
Another one on the court.
We had another win. You know what?
Purple one.
It's to the point now where it's just like the gig is it's done. Like it's too frequent at this point, right? If it's not every night and every game, then let's have the dildo. Let's have the dildo sighting every now and then, man. Not like every other night that's coming, right? It's just, I don't know. It's kind of losing its joking ability, I think. It's kind of losing its luster, I think.
Did you see that there was some dude that I think went on X and said that he was kind of the mastermind of all of this starting because it was like a crypto scheme or some shit like that. Called himself Daldo Rain, like the Brad Pitt thing. That this was his thing, crypto, blaming it on crypto for all this to start.
That's funny that crypto makes the dildos go, huh? So
yeah. Hey, speaking of WNBA, did you see Sophie Cunningham and Lexi arrive at the game last night?
No, dude.
Boom, there they are. They were matching. That's how they showed up. Last night on X, that was all that I kept seeing everywhere. It's like that kept popping up. That's how they arrived to the matchup.
Daisy Dukes, I guess, right?
There it is.
I'm not into the whole, I know it's good for their media, it's good for their hype, it's good for their brand, right? But like the whole, I don't know, I guess dudes do it too. Like they show like the the drip and the fit of the Hoopers, walking up, through the damn stadium or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Why let the ladies do it as well? You know what I mean?
Why not?
Hell, I'd rather look at the ladies than the dudes, right?
Yeah, why not? Let's say, I don't know. I do know one thing.
We got a top 5 to do.
Yeah, dude. That's right. There's a new lawyer in town, friends. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Heck.
Thank you, good sir. I didn't have the script. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get his opinion on this. Maybe he could represent the dildo thrower. I mean, I don't know. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your personal go-to injury attorney right here in Austin. A proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, friends. He's a Longhorn through and through, just like most of us. He brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. If you're injured in a car accident, injured on the job, hit by a dildo at a WNBA game, you call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Fighting for justice and results for over a decade. And you don't pay unless you win. Not like some of these other dildos that you see on TV. This guy, if you don't win, you don't pay. That's right. No fees. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based, Texas proud, friend of the show, friend of BK, friend of the people, fighter for the people. And that's right. Coming up live here on Chaos Theory very, very soon will be our man, Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Don't let the big insurance companies try to bully you around. Don't play Let's Make a Deal. What's that guy's name? The host of Let's Make a Deal. When he calls you, don't listen to him. You call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. What's that guy's name? Oh, man, I can't think of his name, the guy that hosts that show. Put this number in your phone right now, 512-938-8929. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. What's that guy's name?
Is it Howie Mandel?
No, it's a black dude. Let's Make a Deal.
Let's Make a Deal.
Yeah, it comes on at 2:00 on CBS after Bold and the Beautiful. I can't think of the
Dude, I'm watching baseball. I don't watch that shit.
Oh, I don't watch it either. I mean, I just know that it comes on at that time, and there's a black dude that hosts it. I know the model's Tiffany Coyne. I can't remember.
Steve Harvey?
No. That's the feud. What is that guy's name? I have to look it up here. I can never think of his name when I always say
we got a top 5 to get to here, man.
Yeah, we got a top 5 to get to. We got a top 5 to get to. Top 5 comic, Wayne Brady. Wayne Brady is that dude's name.
Wayne Brady. Okay, got okay. From shit, I forgot the show that he used to be on. What Wayne used to be on. So completely transparent here with this list. All right, I know that it's comics, and I know comics stem from more things than just superheroes. Okay, but everybody on my list is a superhero. Those were the comics, like the Archie comics and stuff like I didn't really get into back in the day. Like honestly, the only comic that I really got into were the DC and the Marvel comics, and it's because my older brother or my older cousin, who we were raised like brothers. But he got me into it, and like after he was out of it, I kind of got his, and that was the end of that. So ended up with growing up, starting with the the Justice League, but then Batman was my favorite detective or favorite comic growing up. But then of course I come from Scandinavian heritage, and my great grandfather and grandfather were big on Norse mythology and stuff. So there's a reason why my number 1 is not going to be Batman and somebody else. But there's a spoiler, there's a tease.
Yeah. Mine isn't Batman either, and that's where with this, because like me, again, you and I about 10 years apart, Wags. Like a lot of times when I think comics, because there were comic books, I would read comic books, but a lot of times more what I would look at is like in the paper on Sunday. Where you would look at Peanuts or whatever.
Sure. Like Charlie Brown. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. That's where I think of comics.
Playboy comics.
Of course.
Playboy.
Absolutely.
I'm only looking at Playboy for the comics, for the jokes anyways.
The jokes and the in-depth story.
The jokes and the Joe Camel cash. That's all.
Do you remember when they would do the Playboy All-American Top 25?
Oh yeah, I had Katie send me the ACC.
Yeah,
and girls in the ACC.
Oh,
right.
You remember they would do like a football.
In Afghanistan, man.
They did a football preview too.
Like, are you going to put your pictures in there? If you're not, then send me the damn thing.
Nice, but they would do like a football ranking where they would go in. And
no, for sure, 100.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it was enticing. It was an enticing article. I would read it.
Well, but that girls of the ACC and girls of the SWC and all that.
So
girls of the Big 8 was always a good one. Because
I remember seeing this girl, Sarah Jean or something from Oregon
Underwood.
State. Of course you would know. Yeah. Sarah Jean Underwood was her name from Oregon State, the Beavers, man. And I mean, I think she was up on everybody's wall. I mean, it was. Yeah, girls of the Pac-12, girls of the ACC. I mean, that's something we need to make a top 10 on. Like, which girls had the best rundown? And of course, we'll have to go through the old print and do some voting and do some polls here. But we're all right. Top 5. You go first. Go ahead.
All right, top 5. So number 5, and this was when I was a kid. I liked to go swimming and doing all these different things, water activities, and so forth. Aquaman, number 5.
No shit.
Aquaman, dude,
the unsung hero of the DC family.
It's like that dude can breathe underwater.
He was but he was like all the other DC characters would make fun of him too. He was almost kind of like the slap heel, right? Or almost kind of like everybody would kind of just like take their bits out, or the writers would kind of just like, here's the little gimmick sidekick here. Here's Arthur.
Yeah. No, I was just fascinated that what he could do in the marine life. Remember he could communicate with the animals.
Communicate with everything. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'm part Aquaman.
Our capabilities, amigo.
Yeah, I'm part Aquaman when it comes to my dogs. That Aquaman intangible. There it is, the word of the day that I have right there. You want me to just roll through mine?
Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Number 4, you're going to be surprised, but again, this later led to a TV show, and that's kind of what I attributed this to. But I thought it was really, really cool. A badass woman, Wonder Woman, is number 4 for me. Wonder Woman, yeah.
DC strong with you. All right, DC strong.
It only gets better. These are kind of giveaways right here. I mean, who? Spider-Man. Come on, man. Just that dude. And that's where to me, so many of these characters, like when it comes to the new movies and all that, I'm not really into that part of it because I think of them as comic characters, not the real life. It's
man. See, I sit here and I love all the adaptations, right? And I sit here and think who played the best Spider-Man or which Spider-Man was truest to the character form or truest to the comic character form.
Yeah. For me, it's print. It's the guy in the book, the guy in the comic book.
I got you. Jack Kirby's characters. I got you.
Yep. Number 2, obviously, I used to wear the apparel all the time as Batman.
I'm sorry. Spider-Man is literally Stan Lee's, but that's Stan Lee's character is Spider-Man, but Jack Kirby is the reason for Marvel. But go ahead.
Yeah. Batman, absolutely great.
Ultimate Detective. He's number 3 for you.
Number 2.
Got you.
Just smart. And
he's the man. He's. I'll explain when I get to him. But go ahead.
Yeah. And number 1 for me, probably lower on most people's list, probably not even on a lot of people's list. Later became a TV show that I would watch before the Dukes of Hazzard. Number 1 for me is the Hulk, dude.
The Hulk.
Somebody that
Lou Ferrigno with the Hulk.
Somebody that could be like bipolar like that. That was like bipolar.
The Hulk. The Hulk is on most people's lists.
The Hulk
really
is
like the Hulk is probably one of the most powerful, superheroes of all time.
Yeah.
Good list, strong list,
like
great
that,
list, man.
See, I told you, I put a lot of thought into this.
You did. Like, I'm surprised. I'm very happy that you were able to name those. I didn't know if you were into comics or not, man. I just did. All right, number 5 for me. Usually he's higher. And again, let's preface this with these aren't the strongest superheroes that I think. These are just my favorite superheroes that I grew up reading about and watching. Okay. Number 5 for me is Supes. Okay. Superman. Love the story, of him always trying to, I guess, fight villains, but not just fighting villains. Like Superman to me was always about saving humanity. Okay, that's ultimately, sure, he would go up against Lex Luthor, but and then ultimately, through the comics, he would go up against Brainiac and others in the galaxy. But when you're talking about the Daily Planet, basically, it's just him saving humanity, right? And putting riddles and getting rid of Lex Luthor's antics. The ultimate disguise, Clark Kent, where he basically kind of has to emasculate himself just to suppress his superpowers. It's the ultimate, tell of the tape, right? Like how, we don't want our superpowers to kind of give us away, or I guess, our ultimate traits to kind of give us away and bring, limelight on us. We just kind of want to fit in and kind of blend in and go with the rest of society, right? But ultimately he is able to save the day and save, tumultuous things that go around, the world because he soups and he's got those special powers. It's hard to beat. Like, of course, the ultimate, versus battle would be, hey, Superman versus Thor. Who wins that one? Well, I'll break it down at the end of this top 5 here. But number 4 for me, number 5, Superman. Number 4 for me, I'd have to say Spidey. Spidey usually just stayed around New York and stayed around, Brooklyn and the Bronx and, all in Manhattan. But, fighting crime, fighting Kingpin and fighting, Doc Ock and the guy and Gabi as well. So those are kind of like in Spider-Man's universe there, like throughout the New York battle. Ultimately, being able to grow up and see 3 variations of Spider-Man being performed, I loved it. I think the person that gets slept on the most is Andrew Garfield, or I think his Andrew Garfield. That's a no, I'm sorry, I got it right. But yeah, I thought his Spider-Man 2, the Amazing Spider-Man, really gets slept on a lot. I'd love to see that be brought back to the theaters and be brought back into the universe there. But I mean, how can you not sit here and have Spider-Man not on your list, right? Like he's involved in every character. He's ultimate satire, especially when you're a teenager moving, growing up and reading some of his snide remarks and snarky remarks. And again, he's always riddling his foe as he's wrapping them up and saving the day. So Spider-Man, great invention great creation there by Stan Lee, and one of the best Marvel characters to ever do it. Number 2, the ultimate detective, the best detective in all the world. It's Batman. Bruce Wayne, number 3 for me. Number 3 for me is Iron Man, right? And Iron Man and Batman, they kind of go hand in hand. They resemble, DC. They kind of marry each other, DC and Marvel, right? Like, wealthy people, human form, right? Of human form, no superheroes, right? But ultimately, like, when you break it down, Iron Man and Batman, they might not have superhuman capabilities or superpowers, but their real ultimate superpower is planning, right?
That's what I meant with Batman. He's just so fucking smart.
You give these guys and of course, he doesn't have he's not a superhero, he's not a superpower. You give him the ability, you give him time.
You give him time.
He will outthink you. He will devise a plan, and he will be able to outwit it. Right? He'll be able to find a way to save the day.
Like Coach Stark,
the same way, right? Iron Man, high intelligence, high IQ, able to build anything that he can think of. Right? Engineer anything, big time engineer. And just one hell of a miraculous mind, dude. Able to create AI as well. So. For me, these 2 guys kind of go hand in hand. They're kind of parallel. But Iron Man number 3, Batman number 2. They use their wealth, they use their knowledge to kind of fight crime and create their superpowers. Number 1, and I appreciate you guys letting me get very dorky with this. Number 1, and it stems from a lot of my Norse mythology and lineage, right? It's Thor. He's the hardest to beat, and again, back to that conversation of the verses, Thor versus Superman, who would win? I got Thor. Why? Because Thor can use his superpowers. He can use Mjolnir and whip up a whole bunch of storm clouds. And this is just theory. It's just fan theory. It might not be per se, right? But he can whip up a whole bunch of storm clouds and block out the sun, which is where Superman gets his power from. So if that's the case, and ultimately, like, everything that Thor has on is enchanted with magic by the giants and by the gods. If it's not Odin, or if it's not Freya, it's somebody else. It's Tyr putting a special enchantment on his belt. Nothing can harm Thor with his gear on. That's my point. So of course, without his armor or whatever, Thor is basically just a half god, half giant. Quarter god, 3/4 giant. But and again, one more quick thing of heritage for Thor too. Like going back to my grandfather, my great grandfather, right? Growing up, they'd ultimately say it's Thor's Day. They would tell me today, every Thursday is Thor's Day. And why? Because it's Donner's Day, right? Like in the German language, Donner means thunder, like Donnerstag, like Donnerstag is, it's Thursday. It's Thor's Day, Thunder Day. Anyway, that's kind of what my granddad, would always teach me. And, hey, Thor just became my favorite comic book character and my superhero, and ultimately coincidentally just happens to be the strongest, in my opinion, just happens to be the strongest superhero of all time. So
no Captain America.
Top 5. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
No Captain America on either list. No Captain America.
Steve Rogers is a fantastic. Steve Rogers is good. He's great, but again, I think we get a lot of Steve Rogers. I'm fine with it.
Hey,
Cap's great, but meh.
We were talking about really intelligent people. Right before we came on the air, I was watching Unsportsmanlike on ESPN. I think it is. The great Tom Herman was on there. The great Tom Herman. I hadn't heard from him.
Why is Tom Herman on there?
They actually had him on there. I think he's doing something with Penn State.
Were they breaking down some Mensa stuff?
He was using a lot of big words. He was using a lot of big words.
He was wordsmithing it.
But he was talking about Arch, very complimentary about Arch, very complimentary about the Texas program. I mean, the stresses of having that job. Really good conversation, but a lot of big words. It was like he would say something, and I'm like Googling. I'm like, what is that? What are you talking about there, Tom? Looking fly, boy. I tell you, they had a picture of him up. It's like, who's that?
Looking fly.
Not Tom Herman. Look at this guy up here. But yeah, he was going at it. So I'll cut some sound up because it was really cool. And we'll try to figure out what his words are. Hey, Wags, check your text when we get done.
I'm pretty sure that his word, like I know his vocabulary. I'm sure like the words he used just isn't in my vernacular. I don't use them in my daily language.
Check your text. Monday's a huge day. We're having a celebration on Monday. You may have already saw that, but Monday
Happy birthday.
Monday, no, not mine. The other, So yes,
happy birthday. Happy anniversary, rather. Happy anniversary.
Oh yes, that's right. There it is.
Nick
and Jordan. Nick, I wanted to ask you. I'm glad you're on today. So, with all this cowboy with Micah and all that, am I incorrect in that the Jerry Jones documentary premieres tomorrow? Right.
The premiere is next Monday in Los Angeles. The show actually comes out on Netflix on August 19th.
19th.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Gents, do you all remember the girls of the ACC or the girls of the Pac-12, the girls of the SEC? That print issue. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Jordan wasn't born.
I probably wasn't either.
Yeah, you probably weren't either.
No. I'm sure you guys were born. I received my last issue of it in 2010.
No, I do not remember this.
Girls of the ACC, girls of the SEC, girls of the Pac-10, or excuse me, Pac-12. No, it was Pac-10 back then.
It was Pac-10 at the time.
It was Pac-10 back then. But yeah, this is a Playboy publication. And they would always give you the role. It wasn't just pictures. It's not just pop-ups, Jordan. Come on now. They would actually give you some print. They would actually give you some stuff to read too about the breakdown of the conferences. It wasn't just what you were going to get based off of pictures.
The football preview was great, but like what you're talking about, like what Wags is talking about in the magazine, it looked like us. It looked like 4 people on a page, but they were naked women.
Nice. Notice how they never did Big Ten. Like no one's going to Nebraska or Iowa.
Indiana.
It's also like
Purdue. Man, everybody's going to have glasses on from Purdue. They're all going to be brainiacs.
Now imagine
not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not at all.
Your job being to write the college football previews for Playboy.
Tough job, dude. That's a tough beat.
Yeah. And no, I was more of a Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition guy myself. Yeah, my dad had a Sports Illustrated subscription, and a few times he'd be like, "Yo, did it come this month?" Nope, didn't see it.
Yeah,
I just got home from school 2 hours before you did, and didn't grab it off the doorstep or out of the
He's like, yes, it did, but not the magazine.
Yeah.
So you guys don't know who Sarah Jean Underwood is?
No.
You always knew when that magazine showed up, the not so good magazine, because it was like in plastic. You know, Sports Illustrated showed up, it was just the magazine. You know, my wrestling magazines would show up and it was just the magazine. But when that one came in paper or in the plastic, it's like, okay, what is this? Is this a bomb or what the hell's going on here?
I had a buddy, I'm not gonna name his name. he would go to the local guys, the Sheets. You guys familiar with Sheets?
Yes.
A Sheets store.
Yes.
Okay. Sheets has basically, it's like a Wawa. It's got everything in it. From ordering subs, made to order MTO subs, made to order subs that are right there and fresh for you within minutes, to ice cream, to novels, to magazines, right? And turn of the month, Vince would come up and, hey man, let's go get a soda. As he's getting that soda, goes right down the magazine aisle, whoop, stuffing the magazines down his pants and walking out.
Well, they had him behind the counter. Remember, they were behind the counter.
Who was this?
I did say his name, didn't I? I did say, I'm not saying his name. Never. I'm not saying the name. One of my best friends. We're not saying the name.
I will say, I remember being a kid. This wasn't at the Austin airport. I don't remember what airport this is at. But seeing, when I go to airports as a kid, especially in the summer or fall, I would try to find those little bookstores or whatnot that have magazines and books that are overpriced. Try to find me a Dave Campbell's magazine or a college football one, something like that. And I remember I started seeing on the shelves they had these almost not black bars, but the plastic part that held it up was black instead of see-through, so you could only see the title of it.
Yep.
And I'm like, what is that? And why is it on the highest shelf? And you look at it, it's like, whoa. A set of knockers right there on the front page. But, I didn't really think much of it. I wasn't going to try to buy it or anything. I mean, I was like,
Jordan's
no. But, now that I'm older and I'm thinking about it, do you know how horny you have to be to buy a Gooner magazine in the airport? You're going to go read that in, the baggage claim or the terminal?
You're going to read about the breakdown of the Pac-12.
You're going to look at
You're going to read
on
about
an
the
airplane?
breakdown of the Pac-12, Jordan. You will, with Sarah Jean on the cover of that. You absolutely will.
Yeah.
You can't even buy this. Why is this listed on Amazon?
You can't buy it. I can see that now. You can't buy it.
Where else can you see beautiful women and a preview of Washington quarterback Isaiah Stanback?
That's right. That's right. And by the way, Jordan, I don't call you names. I don't appreciate you calling me names like that about. I bought the first time I ever flew. I was at the old airport and I bought a girly magazine for the flight, to be distracted because I was scared. And that is kind of weird where you're like,
Dog, if I'm walking onto a plane and I look over, when I'm getting to my seat and someone's just on page 10 of looking at titties, I'm going to be like, hey, yo, what is he doing?
Yeah. It's
Was Rodney on a no-fly list at one point? Were you on a no-fly list at one point, Rodney?
Yeah. Rodney, you could get away with that stuff back then. There weren't cameras and smartphones everywhere. Yeah. Nowadays, it's if I saw someone reading some Gooner magazine on an airplane,
what are you all talking about?
I'm taking out my phone hey, what do you,
What's on the slate?
We got some Cowboys talk, some Texas talk, some other stuff. Before we finish crosstalk, I wanted to give you all an update. The latest dildo gambling odds are posted. Lots of value on a white dildo after last night's purple dildo cashed at 4-1. Over under on total dildos on WNBA courts at 7 for the season feels low.
You got a cousin on this? Can I get in on this? Hold on though.
I like how they put Caucasian/white.
Wote
/Caucasian.
Yeah,
that's a good turn. Just not many people are going with the Caucasian dildo these days, man.
Yeah,
they're small.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't give you what you need, right? They just, maybe you gotta buy 2 of them to get what you need there. Maybe they give you 2 for 1 deal. I don't know.
No, hey, what I would do if I was gonna bet on this and go to an WNBA game to make some money, walk in there with 2 of them, because when they take one, they think they think they got you. Little do they know I got another one.
Where do you have the other one?
Yeah, chill.
The only place that it naturally goes in your pocket.
If I'm wearing a hoodie and I put it in the back of my waistband, they don't pat you down when you walk in an arena. There's no metal in it. It's not going to set off a metal detector. I don't know how the WNBA will be able to stop this going.
I would honestly just put it where it's supposed to go natural, not natural. I guess it's supposed to go in something, right? But put it in place of where your piece is now. And if somebody, grabs your leg, be like, hey there.
Yeah. I like how they did
that's
the clear
assault,
bag.
What
policy.
you're doing is assault.
Now they got the clear bag policy like everywhere else. And oh yeah, that'll stop it. There's been like 3 of them since then. Jeez. I can't wait till somebody throws a big
There's one every
round
night.
one out there,
We just
man.
talked about it. There's one every night. There's going to be one every night now. This is the new bit.
They're making arrests on these, which is imagine you have to go home. Like there was an 18-year-old kid that was arrested. Imagine he had to go home to his mom.
The next day, Nick.
Yeah.
He
has
threw
to go
it
home to his
in
mom.
court immediately. Like, what the hell is that? That's expedited. That's an expedited court case.
It's like, Mom, I need to
Bolt.
get bailed out through a dildo on a WNBA court.
All right, man.
Here we
We're gonna
are.
get out of here and let you guys get to your all show, man. You guys have a great weekend. Anything else on cross? You got any more, bets? Any tabs on dildos before we get out of here?
I don't.
All right.
I don't. Maybe I'll have some more Monday.
Friday.
Friday futures. What's gonna happen tonight, boys? We got 3 games on the slate. What's gonna happen?
I don't even know who's playing tonight. I wasn't able to watch the games last night. I had some stuff.
Shadur Sanders.
Hey, look up. Hey, real quick, another PSA. Real quick, look up Sarah Jean Underwood before you get off the show today.
Noted.
All right, boys. Noted. Hey, have a great show, man. We'll be listening.
See you later.
Y'all have a good weekend too.
Appreciate
man.
you guys. See you.
We'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Nick Harris. Probably not going to return back to any WNBA conversations or Playboy conversations, but yeah, we'll get into it. Real quick, wasn't able to watch preseason, but I saw the video of AR-15 just getting smoked. Not a good look, man, especially since it was his fault.
Yeah. Yeah. He unblocked, just got rocked by a Ravens defender. It was not pretty.
Yeah, and the dislocated pinky and everything. But it's like, I mean, look, I'm not going to come on here and act like I ever played quarterback or that, I was ever remotely close to playing outside of the high school level. But, like, literally every analyst has come out and been like, this is his fault. This is day one install shit. This is very concerning if you were a Colts coach.
Yeah.
And it is, especially because you just drafted Tyler Warren. You can't even really move him to tight end and it, make a ton of sense. So I don't know what's going to happen with him. And I mean, man, like, you're a hot ass if you're in a QB battle with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
So
and Riley Leonard.
Yeah. Gee. Yeah. Before we get away from this, I wanted to share this. I saw this on Twitter last night and thought it was pretty funny. For those on audio only, it's like the Moneyball meme format with Jonah Hill. And it says, Billy, this is A.D. Mitchell. Insane talent, great after the catch, has made some spectacular snags. Separation ability is legit elite. His only defect is nobody knows how to throw him the football when he's open, and on the rare occasions they do, he often drops it.
It's pretty spot on. He had 6 targets yesterday and 2 receptions.
Yeah. Man, I love me some A.D. Mitchell, but it was very frustrating having him in fantasy last year and just making myself watch the Colts on Red Zone or Sunday Ticket or whatnot. It was painful. But, hey, it is what it is. Want to get into some Cowboy stuff. We'll start off with these injuries. You posted 4 of them yesterday. Could you just, I guess, run through and give us an update on each?
Yeah, we'll start with Jaden Blue and CB with the first question of the day, asking how Jaden Blue is. His MRI came back last night. It is not an ankle sprain, which that was the initial feeling, at least. He has a bone bruise in his heel. He had it stepped on in practice yesterday. It's probably best case scenario for the situation. A high ankle sprain probably would have taken him out for a couple of weeks. Even a low ankle sprain would have taken him out for a few days. But with this bone bruise, he actually has a shot to play in Saturday's preseason game against the Rams. I doubt he does, but I haven't been told that he will not. So that's encouraging news for Jaden Blue. I got a lot going on in my throat today. Sorry, guys. Pause. Jake Ferguson. Jake Ferguson suffered a lower back injury yesterday. He took a hit from Kenneth Murray in a red zone period, and he was grimacing quite a bit. He needed to be escorted off the field. All I was told was that it's not serious. They're still doing tests as of last night when I last checked on it. We'll probably know more today on the Jake Ferguson front, but it doesn't sound like it's going to threaten his availability for the season or anything. Dakota Shepley, backup offensive lineman, haven't heard a whole lot there. And then Terrence Steele, he was poked in the eye early in practice, and he did return to the field, so everything's good there.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, did I just make this up, or isn't parents supposed to have 2 R's?
No,
That's how he spells it?
that is how he spells it. Yeah.
Mm.
Why don't you stay on your own beat?
Nah, shit. I was just checking. That's the first time I've ever seen Terrence spelled that way.
Yeah, I had to get used to it.
One of my, I should say my favorite thing about Terrence Steele is on Sunday Night Football. He goes Terrence Steele High School, and most people like probably think it's a bit, but I mean he went to Cibolo Steele, which just so happens to be spelled the same. Is he like related to whoever that high school's named after or something?
No, he's a military kid. He's I don't think he's even originally from San Antonio, but his parents were in the military, and whenever they retired, they stayed in San Antonio, and he went to Steele.
Yeah, Steele and Judson have a lot of military kids. Lake Travis, when I was in high school, would always schedule non-district games with Cibolo Steele, and I mean we hated playing them because they were all military brats that would kick our ass. So
he still wears around the facility. He still wears a steel backpack, like a Cibolo Steel backpack, and I'm like, hell yeah.
Thanks. Like, hey, what you know about Dante Carter, my friend? What do you know about
Jalen Cooper?
What do you know about Eli Johnson, buddy? Any other things on the rookies or undrafted free agents? I saw, I'm blanking on the name, but you posted an undrafted free agent on Twitter that you said is like trending towards the top of the rookie depth chart, I think, or
yeah, well, top of the depth chart, period. Their nickel corner position battle is starting to heat up. It's just because they have a lot of injuries there, and they're going to have to start somebody in week 1. And right now it's Keemon Hall. He's a 6th-year guy out of North Texas, actually, he literally this time last year, he was brought in for a training camp workout and was just trying to make the 90-man roster. He made the 90-man roster, and then he found himself on the 53-man roster by the end of the year and played in 6 games last year, mostly in special teams work. But this time around, he's getting an opportunity to compete for that starting nickel spot until, that room gets healthy. He's probably the leader right now, but yeah, one undrafted free agent that I'm not sitting here saying that he's going to start at nickel corner when the season starts, but I think we need to start factoring him into the conversation, is Zion Childress out of Kentucky. He went to New Caney in the Houston area, New Caney High School, and he's been fantastic in training camp. Any coach you talk to, they praise Zion, and he's had a really strong camp. He had some reps yesterday with the ones. In the video I posted yesterday, he came on a nickel corner blitz, and it was kind of a quick screen to CeeDee Lamb to Zion's side, and he just reached his arm out and batted it down. And that's kind of the impact that Zion has had here in the first few days, or the first few days of him having reps with the ones. He had a one-handed interception earlier in camp. It's just been a strong camp for him.
Awesome. Back to Jaden Blue for a sec. How many times has he fumbled? Has that been an issue this camp?
He has not fumbled one time, believe it or not. I know.
Wow.
Well, I do take that back. Yesterday on the play that he got hurt, he did fumble, but it was a very clear face mask. Like he got ripped and twisted, and that's what caused him to fumble. But it would have been a penalty. It wouldn't have counted anyway.
Got it. Good to hear. Good to hear. Speaking of,
I'm telling you what. Every year there's a 5th-round running back that emerges as a fantasy weapon. Last year it was Tyrone Tracy. A couple years back it was Kyron Williams. I think this year's Jaden Blue. I think Jaden Blue is going to get a lot of burn with this Cowboys offense.
Yeah, well, looking forward to it. Give us a Deuce Vaughn update. Still looking like he'll probably not make the 53-man, or
probably not. He missed, probably 4 practices with a hamstring injury. He finally made his way back onto the field yesterday, but they're still ramping him up to get him ready for 11-on-11 work. He will play in Saturday's preseason game, so that's going to be really big for him. He needs to have a big preseason, and if he doesn't, then I think we're probably looking at the end of Deuce Vaughn's time in Dallas.
Yeah, I know he's not a Cowboy, but he's been practicing against the Cowboys the last few days. How is our guy Jordan Whittington looked for the Rams?
Yeah, I was talking to some Rams reporters before the Rams came in town on Tuesday, And it's like, hey, who are some guys to keep an eye on, this, that, and the third. And Devontae Adams had missed some time in Rams camp, and Jordan Whittington stepped into his role and was awesome, apparently. And then when they came into town on Tuesday, Jordan Whittington was getting a lot of work, had a couple of touchdowns and red zone work. And anybody you talk to on the Rams beat, they feel confident that Jordan Whittington could be wide receiver 3 on that squad behind Puka and Devontae.
Was Jared Verse just wrecking shop all week? How did they block him? How did that work?
Yeah, so it was backup left tackle Nate Thomas taking on that challenge, and Nate Thomas was a 7th-round pick out of Louisiana Lafayette in 2024. Did not play all of last year because of knee tendonitis. So for all intents and purposes, this is his rookie year, and him going up against Jared Verse was basically hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby, and it was bad. I mean, Verse had, to my count, against Thomas, 4 tackles for loss in the run game, and was generating push in the pass game as well. It was rough. Jared Verse had a great day.
What about that? Is it Braden Fisk, the interior D lineman that the Rams also took from Florida State?
Yep. Braden Fisk was good too. I mean, that their entire defensive line has guys, and they're all young too. Like the Rams personnel department did a fantastic job rebuilding that defensive line once they lost some guys to retirement or free agency or whatever. They've done a really good job constructing that roster.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's set the stage for tomorrow's preseason game. I guess just break down who's going to be starting at quarterback or getting snaps at QB, and I guess running back, receiver as well. Any starters going to be playing at either side of the ball?
Yeah, Brian Schottenheimer's been kind of what's hush about what he's going to do with the starters in the preseason, but it does not sound like Dak Prescott's playing. It doesn't sound like some of the starters are playing. I think there will be more starters that play this preseason than those that played under Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy never played the starters. And Dak hasn't played in a preseason game since 2019. He said yesterday, I will play in a preseason game if I'm asked to, but he doesn't expect to be asked to. So it's going to be Joe Milton at quarterback, and it's going to be fun. The Joe Milton experience on display for probably about 3 quarters before Will Grier comes into the picture. It's going to be fun to watch. And then the running back position, you're probably going to see all those guys get thrown at on the field, whether it be Jaden Blue if he's healthy, Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders if he's healthy, Deuce Vaughn. There could be an opportunity here for Deuce Vaughn, though. If Sanders and Blue are both not playing, that's going to be increased reps for him. And then Phil Maffa, the rookie out of Clemson, he'll get some reps as well. Some other guys looking forward to seeing Jay Toia, the 7th-round defensive tackle out of UCLA, just 330-pound can of meat in the middle of the defensive line. He's had a good camp. I'm excited to see him in our preseason environment tomorrow. But, yeah, it's going to be fun. Tyler Booker, I expect him to get some work tomorrow in the preseason game at right guard, the 1st-round pick out of Alabama. And, yeah, we're going to see. It's going to be fun, man.
Yeah. Did Joe Milton hurt a finger, or is he good to go?
Yeah, so he's like jammed his thumb on a Rams player in the Tuesday practice, but he was fine, and he ended up being a full participant at practice yesterday. So nothing to be concerned about there.
Got it. Hey, I wanna ask you about this. Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer on the Rams practice. This is from Wednesday. Said, don't read too much into it, guys. We literally played 2 coverages. We kept all of our clubs in the bag. It's like we were out there playing with a 7-iron. We're going to be playing with a 7-iron most of the preseason. So I know this is what most NFL teams are doing. You know, they don't want to show too much, but like, what are your thoughts as a reporter seeing a coach say this? Because no matter what, I feel like you're setting yourself up for people to, point back to this in a negative way.
I think he's mostly right, because there's just anytime something happens with the Cowboys and the rhetoric coming out of the Rams practice from us that were there, that the Cowboys got dominated on both sides of the ball. And I think whenever dialogue kicks up from Cowboys land, it's always times a million. And so I think maybe there was just so much, talk about, oh my God, the Rams dominated the Cowboys. The Rams dominated the Cowboys. And he was asked about, the struggles in the trenches multiple times in the presser. And then he finished one of those answers with this. And the next question was, well, did you feel like the Rams played with a 7-iron as well? And he was like, no, Sean McVay's been there like 7-8 years. Like, there's a lot of film on them. They don't really have much to hide. He's like, they do have things to hide, but they don't have much to hide compared to what we're doing as a first-year program. He's like, we're not going to throw the kitchen sink until week 1. So, like, part of me understands it, but, yeah, part of me is also like, yeah, this could fire back for sure.
Yeah. While we're here, figured I'd show this. Matt Mosley, this is from 2018, said the Cowboys have asked Amari Cooper to share any cool plays he learned in Oakland, which is pretty funny.
That's a good one. Shout out to Matt Mosley. He's the GOAT.
Just no context. All right. You cover the Cowboys, so you know what's coming. I got to ask about it. Is there anything new with Micah Parsons? I saw neither he or Jerry Jones was at practice yesterday, but it was not for any specific reason.
Yeah, correct. And there was a report yesterday that Jerry and Micah had met for over 4 hours on Wednesday night. That report I've been able to confirm is not true. Did not happen. So, yeah, we're still in the same exact spot we were whenever the trade request was made. No contact has been had between both sides. I would imagine this is something that, we're going to have to pivot until the team gets back from training camp and gets back to Frisco before we start, seeing if it's going to be a reality that they get a deal done.
Do you think there's any chance he holds out of games?
I think so. I think there's a chance. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
What are the fines, though, for doing that?
He'll miss a game check, which game checks are for the money he's making this year. Shoot, game check will be well over a couple million. So that would be tough. That'd be tough.
Rough. Well, hey, that's not great at all. You tired of Oxnard yet?
No, not necessarily. I love the weather out here. The food could be a little better, but there's some good spots. I'm ready to get home for sure. It's let's see, today's Friday. I leave on Wednesday next week, so only got about 5-6 more days. It's crazy. We're closing in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how does it work, the preseason schedule? Because the first game's in LA and the last 2 are in Dallas. Like, are they done with preseason after, or are they done with training camp after the Rams game, or?
No, they'll come back to Frisco and practice, and there will be a few training camp practices in Frisco at the Star. So training camp still continues, but it's just not here in Oxnard.
Got it. I was just curious about that, but yeah, man. And hey, luckily the Cowboys have dodged the injury bug thus far as season-ending injuries. I saw Rashawn Slater done for the year. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, it was a torn ACL until it wasn't. But, we'll see with him. Anyways, I'm going to go through some of these questions we have here in the chat. Here's one. David Keith Williams said, do you see similarities in Jermaine Bishop in 2024 recruit Aaron Hampton? As explosive as Hampton was on the football field, he lacks speed. I don't see that with Bishop. There are, outside of them both playing 2 ways as football players, there's almost nothing Jermaine Bishop and Aaron Hampton have in common. Like, Jermaine Bishop is 10 times the prospect Aaron Hampton is. And he also, to be honest with you, doesn't have mental eval problems either. I think Jermaine Bishop is much better. I think he's more explosive, faster, and is just a better football player on both sides of the ball, no question about it. A little bit smaller, but a better player. And he's also playing better competition and is producing better stats. So it's hard to not go with Bishop. And Hampton is interesting. He had a fascinating recruitment. Nick covered pretty much every step of it. Committed to Baylor. Huh?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Give us the Aaron Hampton timeline.
Oh boy.
He commits to Baylor, so they take his buddy who weighed like 120 pounds.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's how his recruitment started. He committed to Baylor, I believe, as a sophomore, so that his teammate at Dangerfield could also commit to Baylor. It was kind of like a 2-for-1 type deal. And like a week later, he decommitted, and Baylor dropped his friend. So it didn't work at all. His friend ended up at UTSA. Good player. He's just, and he's actually playing a little bit at UTSA. But anyway, he commits to Texas not long after. Was committed for a long while, I want to say, then decommitted, recommitted to Texas, and then right before signing day, decommitted from Texas and signed with Alabama. There was a lot going on in that recruitment. There was a lot going on.
And then like 5 weeks after he signed to Bama, Nick Saban retired and Holman and Wiggins went to A&M.
Exactly. He lost.
I remember he had the like that jaw drop emoji. Like he just tweeted that after the Saban and Wiggins news. And I'm like, damn. Well, crazy how that worked. But
I will say, though, that he was one of many that Nick Saban just walked into East Texas and grabbed, whether it was him, Jalen Hale, which he was close with Jalen Hale, so it made sense that he eventually did end up at Alabama. Casey Poe. I feel like there's another one.
Miller.
Yeah, there was quite a few there in a row that Nick Saban walked up into Beast, Texas and said, mine.
Yeah. Luckily, he was retired before Ricky Stewart was graduating high school, but he did offer him. Man, with Hampton and that recruitment, it was not fun to cover by any means from my point of view, because I got on the beat when he was uncommitted and then committed to Texas, and our whole board was like, are they really going to take him again? And we're like, they actually don't know yet. And like they weren't sold on taking him till like 3 days before he committed, and then he didn't even end up in the class. And I mean, I actually heard not from someone at Dangerfield, but from someone in East Texas who works in a public school district in the area, that apparently he had always wanted to early enroll. He was going to early enroll at Texas, and then like about 2 weeks before signing day, Texas called him and was like, hey, you can't early enroll anymore. You need this credit to be able to, get here, and you obviously can't do that in time before winter break, so you're going to have to show up in June. And at Bama, he didn't have to do that credit to early enroll in January. That's what I was told. I've never confirmed that. I've never asked anyone at Texas. To be honest, I think it's kind of BS. Like, if a program like Texas wants a player bad enough, they will figure out ways to get that player enrolled. This is just how it works, So I don't know. But Aaron Hampton will be fascinating to watch going forward.
I need to find the picture of Aaron Hampton in full padded uniform in Steve Sarkisian's office as like a junior, and he's just standing behind Sark, just going like this, and it just looks so awkward. I gotta find it. It might take me a second, but I'm gonna text it to you so you can pull it up on the screen here.
I remember Aaron Hampton too was notorious for going on TikTok and making some horny ass TikToks. Like he was posting videos of himself pumping pillows. I'm not joking, y'all. I don't know if that's still up, but like I have people sending me private messages. You can do that. You can send like private messages or direct messages on the 24/7 Sports website. And it was like links to his TikTok. And they were like, does the staff know about this? And I'm just like, I'm not responding to this. Like what are we doing?
I found the picture. I'm texting it to you.
Okay, cool.
See if we can pull this up on the screen. It's one of my favorites. Sark is like, I don't know what's really going on here, but the kid committed, so fuck it.
Hold up. I gotta delete some stuff. I don't know why I can't make this bigger.
That's such a good photo. It's so good. Oh man.
I think this is the only time I've seen a kid in a full uniform in Sark's office. Like, dog, you wearing fucking cleats in my office? What are you doing? Like, I don't know. But man, the Aaron Hampton. Thank you, David Keith Williams, for bringing this up.
Yeah, for real. That was good memories.
It is good memories. All right, just gonna keep going through here. These questions. Jose said David Keith Williams says we need Trenton Henderson at defensive end. Do you think he's one of those players they flip at the end? It'll depend on Jake Cruel. I think if they land Jake Cruel on Tuesday, they'll probably close up shop at edge. But if not, they're going to either flip someone they're going to flip someone. Pretty much every edge that Texas would take or that's good enough for Texas to take is already committed.
What are the odds at Cruel?
Sorry?
What are the odds for Cruel?
It's still going back and forth. Like I thought it would be more solid by now. I mean, it's still Texas or OU. Ole Miss is in there. We've kind of pinned down that they're not going to be the choice, but he's yet to make the call. And I mean, yeah, it's still going back and forth. So I wish I had more to say. It'll be Texas or OU, and keep hearing, conflicting things. So, yeah, but by Monday should have a better read on it, and then he'll be announcing on Tuesday on ESPN. Yes, CB, former Texas running back, not Texas defensive lineman, but Texas running back Malcolm Brown was from Steele. The defensive line Malcolm Brown is from Brenham, 979 country. What else do we have to hear? Hey, David Keith Williams, the real ball knowers of 24/7 Sports have Trenton Henderson as a 5-star. FYI, just saying. But all right. To me, if this is David Keith Williams, to me, if Jake Krull commits to Texas and remains in the class, I don't see Henderson as part of the class. I have issues with Krull's athleticism, size, and speed as a weak side D end. Man, he'll be fine. He has great testing stuff. He has a +4 wingspan. He can hold up to, I think, 245, maybe 250. And I mean the testing data is super encouraging, and it's like the testing data is what is. You can't go to IMG Academy and get ranked high unless you test like a freak, because we're not stupid. These kids are given physically a higher floor than anyone else in high school recruiting when they get to college, because they've basically been in a college program at IMG. So if you can test well as an IMG player, you're going to be ranked extremely high on top of being a good player and having good film. So I understand it. Usually whenever you get prospects that are white and kind of look like frat boys like this that aren't QBs, you're going to question it. But I mean, Jake Krull as NFL tools, NFL testing data as a high schooler, it might be hard to see, but it is there. It is there. So
we've tried this. Colton Vosick, Ethan Burke, busts. We've tried this. We've tried this.
Yeah. David Keith Williams said this too. I acknowledge he's a technician that plays with tremendous effort, but at 225 to 230 pounds, I'm not sure how much of a difference maker will be in the SEC, regardless of his motor. Henderson, without a doubt, would be a difference maker in the SEC, and I think he would fill in for Colin Simmons smoothly as soon as Simmons turned pro. I agree with you. Henderson is the better prospect. There's no question about it. And he could play on the field for 3 downs, where Krell or Krull, whatever it is pretty much a DPR, designated pass rusher, which is fine. If that's all his role is, to play 8 snaps where all he has to do is go get the quarterback on passing downs, he's going to be fresh and the motor will run hot. And I mean, everyone always talks about the motor playing with effort or whatnot. Colin Simmons had 24 sacks as a junior. He had 9 as a senior. Why? He wasn't hurt. It was it's not 3rd and long. Yeah, I'm jogging out of my stance, or, it's going the opposite way. I'm not running this down. All of that gets coached out of them once they get to Texas. It's how it works, So I'm not worried about it at all if Krull was to end up at Texas. But I do understand the concern. What does Jose Rodriguez know about Andrew Marsh?
Yeah, exactly.
This is we won't go in depth there, but yeah. Man, I thought Jalen Hale was the truth too. He still can be. I think he'll be starting at Bama this year. He was supposed to start last year, but he blew out his ACL in fall camp. So I don't know. But I loved him. I thought he was the best receiver in the state in 2023 and had him over Jonte, in my opinion. But yeah, also had Jaden Grayhouse over Jonte as far as high school players, and that ruffled some feathers too. But
it's worked out for it.
Stats backed it up. Yeah, exactly. All right, so we're going to talk about this. Texas Tech. People are getting upset. They're money whipping kids. Yesterday, they landed LaDamian Guyton, who is the #1 prospect in the country in 2027 per On3 at 24/7. He's our number 2 or number 3 prospect. None of that matters because he's reclassing to 2026. That will happen.
You think he's still a 5-star in 26?
I have no idea. I don't really know shit about the kid because it's 2027 and he's not a 2027 recruit that Texas has hosted or anything like that.
Texas a ranking source of mine.
Okay. go ahead. But Guyton, man, I mean, I get it. Like Patrick said here, he threw up this weird W yesterday and not even throwing guns up or anything. These kids know nothing. You know, it's interesting. And like he goes to this military school in Savannah, Georgia, where the quarterback there is a Texas Tech committing the 2026 class. But like the fact that they got him, man, I mean, it's crazy. And Pete Nakos of On3 reported his year one deal is supposed to be $900K. Kind of thought it'd be higher.
Yeah, that's
to be honest with you. Like rev share has kind of brought some of these prices down because it's harder to get the money through the clearinghouse or whatever the hell they're calling this operation now. But like, I mean, dog, like him getting paid less than Ojo, it I guess does make some sense. He's younger and he'll have to reclass, but like someone can so easily beat that. I feel like in the 2025 cycle, there had to have been at least 15 to 20 kids that are making seven figures year one. You know, so it was surprising to me that guy in the level of prospect he is wasn't getting that. And I know it's $900K, it's still a lot, but the numbers are the numbers. What do we have? Yeah, you're right, David Keith Williams. I'm not expecting Aaron Hampton to be a difference maker at Alabama. He could be if he transfers elsewhere. I think he could have success in the Big 12, but probably not in the SEC. There's just so many bodies in front of him at Alabama, and like he has no connection to that staff because they inherited him. They didn't recruit him, so they're naturally going to favor the other guys. I will say, I'm going to call it right now. If when Aaron Hampton goes in the portal, probably Texas Tech. It just makes too much sense.
That does make a lot of sense. You're right.
Right. But yeah, and hey, CB, if Tech doesn't win the Big 12, Joey might be fired. I don't know if it should be. I think he probably will be.
Really?
His buyout I think is like less than $1 million.
If he goes like 9-3 though, and they make the Big 12 championship. If he goes like 9-3 though, and they make the Big 12 championship, and end up in like a Pop-Tarts bowl, he'll be all right. That would be the biggest thing that happened in Lubbock since like 2008.
Nah.
I'll say this: they would be dumb to fire Joey McGuire if he goes out there and has like an acceptable season. I'll say that.
What is acceptable?
9-3, and you're at least knocking on the door of the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, just my counterpoint to that is like, Nick, are these kids going to Texas Tech to play for Joey McGuire or to get Cody Campbell?
Fair.
And also, it's kind of like the OU situation. Like, if Brent Venables gets fired, Jim Nagy's going to keep his job as GM and will hire the new head coach where he'll also be the boss of him, right?
Yeah.
If Joey McGuire gets fired, are they going to fire James Blanchard too, or that scouting department that they, talk about so much? I highly doubt it.
That's another thing. Like, when it comes to Tech admin and like Kirby Hocutt, their AD, and Cody Campbell being so involved in the day-to-day stuff with the football program, Joey McGuire and James Blanchard both are going to have a super long leash. Like, let's say that they go out there and they go like 7-6 this year. They're not going to get fired. They're going to have a super long leash, and they're going to overstay their welcome 1,000%.
If they go 7-6,
that admin is not pulling the plug on them that fast, especially if they have 2 5-stars coming in this next class.
Yeah, but never mind. I get what you're saying. But it's like those guys aren't going there to play for old Joey. That might be part of it, but I don't think it's the deciding factor, but I don't know. It is what it is. I don't really have any other Cowboy stuff to talk about by the end of the show or ask you about. So anything
I will say, just got a text back on Jake Ferguson. Back contusion, not considered serious. Should be fine. So
awesome.
There you go. Anybody with Jake Ferguson in fantasy, you're okay for now.
Yeah. And hey, this is true too. Tech never played in a Big 12 ship.
Yeah.
Not good. All right. Saw this on Twitter yesterday. A bunch of people were arguing, or maybe a couple days ago. They're talking about how the NFL doesn't really have a star safety. And I'm like, no way. You start thinking about it. Yeah. Who is the consensus best safety or top 3 safeties in the league?
Now that you break it up, I'm a big Cameron Bynum guy personally, but And I think he is a star. He just doesn't get the recognition. And it's tough to get star recognition as a safety unless you're like a ball hawk who gets 6 interceptions a year. But ESPN's Jeremy Fowler did a series of articles right before training camp started on. He asked various league executives, league coaches, even players. And I agree with you too, Rodney, Kyle Hamilton for the Ravens. But he asked all of them to give them the top 10 players at each position. And so I'll pull up the safeties one. So
okay, we'll come back to this.
Oh, that's a good one. Is that in response to the Josh Hoover furry gate?
Yeah, Will and I have been talking about that this week.
I went to high school with Josh. He is not a furry. I hate this slander.
Yeah, I was like, man, if only y'all knew the stuff Nick has told me about him and his fame. Like, this is like a God-fearing American. He ain't doing none of that. That's furry stuff.
He is deep south, good old boy.
But that's what made it even more funny, though. You know,
it does, because you know, like there's at least one family member of his that's like, what does that shit mean?
Yeah.
Number one, Kyle Hamilton. Number 2, Brian Branch. I would put him in star category. Brian Branch is awesome. Number 3, Xavier McKinney, and this is where the big drop off is. 4, Jesse Bates. 5, Kirby Joseph, had a really good year last year. 6, Derwin James. 7, Antoine Winfield. 8, Buda Baker. 9, Mika Fitzpatrick. 10, Julian Love. Honorable mentions, Javon Holland, Brandon Jones, CJ Gardner-Johnson, Trayvon Moehrig, Kalen Bullock, who had a really good rookie year. Also receiving votes, Justin Reed, Jalen Petrie, Kyle Duggar, Talanoa Hufanga, Harrison Smith, Grant Delpit, and Quentin Lake. So, yeah, I agree for the most part, but I would put these top 2 guys, and Kyle Hamilton and Brian Branch, in kind of that star category. And again, I love Cameron Bynum, so.
Yeah, I just like, dude, some of those names you mentioned, like I spend all day on Sundays in the season watching Red Zone. I play fantasy football. I bet on the NFL. I watch the draft every year. I pay attention to free agency every year. Some of those names you mentioned, I have no idea who they play for, what college they went to. And like, I think that's kind of the point of the discussion with like where the stars, like there's not really household names where like, I guess Kyle Hamilton to some degree, he was a high draft pick. Brian Branch, played on a popular team that went deep in the playoffs, but like Jalen Ramsey was talked about for however many years in a row. He still is talked about like he's one of the top corners in the league, It's like the household name factor isn't there at safety that it is at effectively every other position in the NFL. And it's just weird to think about, but I don't know. Anyways, we're going to come back to this. Jake Bayless, he said, what's your favorite college football rumor that ever got spread? We can't comment on Hoover. That's cheating. I'll go first. One of my favorites. I don't know if it's my favorite. It's hard to think off the top, but I got to go when Auburn boosters / media / admin / whoever at Auburn came up with this fake story that Brian Hartson was banging his secretary, and like sent the media all these photos of her too. That's got to be it. Because I personally hate Brian Harsin. I think he sucks, and the stuff I've heard about him from people that cover Auburn for us at 24/7 and the things that went on behind the scenes during his tenure there. He's a horrible human being and a horrible football coach, or at least at the SEC level as a head coach. He can't do it. But that was fake. He was cleared from that. He did not. What did Clinton say? I did not have sex with my secretary. He was cleared.
He did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. What about yours? What's your favorite college football rumor that ever got spread?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head right now. I'm so bad at these on the spot, think off the top of my head situations. I will comment on Jake Bayless saying the Tom Herman bang Kate Spade. Tom Herman was really living the life, man. He had it. He had it all. He really did. And then now he's just trying to like land a job at Cal Poly. It's tough. It's funny because I'm staying at Thousand Oaks for this last week of camp, and it's down the street from Cal Lutheran where he went to college. And Mike Roach came out here and did a satellite camp. Right as I was hired at 24/7 back in 2019, and the satellite camp was at Cal Lutheran. And it's just always funny hearing that story and seeing it now. But favorite rumor. Gosh, this is tough, man. I suck at this. Okay. Probably that when Cliff Kingsbury was at Texas Tech, he was banging anything walking, and on both sides.
Yeah, whoa! I've never heard that rumor.
Yeah, that's the rumor. You talk to enough people in Lubbock, that'll get brought up.
Yep, did not know that one. Yeah, Jake Bayless. This isn't a rumor; it's a fact. Derek Warheim clogging Walker Little's toilet. You hear about that?
That's a great one. Yeah,
that's
awesome.
I don't think I've ever told this story about Tom Herman, but there is a high school coach in the Austin area who was GAing at Sam Houston State back in the day when Tom Herman was there. And Tom Herman, I don't know what the title he was, whether he was a position coach or what he was, but apparently the coach, when he's a GA, is sitting in the office listening and watching Tom Herman make these phone calls. And he talks to one kid who's from some inner city, program, doesn't have a ton, family comes from nothing. And he's, talking not like himself, kind of code switching. And then he's inviting him to the junior day. 5 minutes later, he calls this kid from like a program like the Woodlands and is like, hey, how are y'all doing? We'd love to have you, whatever. Code switching again. And the GA is like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm recruiting. This is like how you do it. You got to code switch. And he's like, yeah, well, what happens when they're in the same room and you got to talk to them? How's that going to work? And from that point on, they butted heads and did not get along, which is very similar to other stories we've heard of Tom Herman. This is till this day one of the funniest things in Power 4 college football, that Auburn's like, man, we got to get this Brian Harsin guy out of here. Let's hire and upgrade Hugh Freeze.
Let's bring him back because that worked so great the first time around.
I don't know if Auburn will ever employ a black head football coach unless he's the interim like Cadillac Williams was a few years ago, just because it's Auburn in the Deep South, unfortunately, even in 2025. But, man, I think a great hire for them would be Fran Brown from Syracuse. Yes, he's from the Northeast originally, but he has SEC experience, coached under Kirby Smart, coached DBs for Kirby Smart, and was actually the 24/7 Sports Recruiter of the Year one of those years. He's a great recruiter, great coach, and, I mean, he brought Syracuse to a 10-win season for the first time in 6 years, and he did it in year one with Kyle McCord as his quarterback. So, I mean, it's nuts. And, like, the craziest part about Harsin and Hugh Freeze has a worse record than Brian Harsin did through 2 years.
Yeah.
Do you know how insane that is?
That is crazy.
Brian Harsin only lasted 2 years, Nick.
That's crazy. But
Hugh Freeze gets a shot because the boosters are actually backing him and putting money into recruiting. And they know those guys, it's going to slow down without him. He might be a shitty football coach and a shitty golfer, but boy, he can recruit. And he can also dial up those. Here's a good rumor. I'm pretty sure this was, it's not a rumor, it was proven fact, that Hugh Freeze was fired for calling hookers on his office phone.
Wow.
You didn't know about that?
I did not know about that.
That's what got him canned at Ole Miss. I'm almost positive.
I did not know that.
And it's also crazy, like, dude, his whole career started off of Michael Oher. You knew about that, didn't you?
Was he the main recruiter?
Dog, he was Michael Oher's high school coach.
Oh, that's right. I knew that.
Ole Miss hired him. The blind side never talks about that part, how they gave his head coach a job. That totally didn't help sway him, but, man, it wasn't not good. This one was hilarious. I remember that when FAU had Antonio Brown and Tyreek Hill. It's like, why are they here? But yeah, I never have heard this one. I also wasn't super into college football at that time when this happened, but yeah. Yeah. Auburn has not won more than 6 games since the 2019 season. Yep. A lot of okay, sorry. Looking at these comments. Hey, see Vontez Burfict is now on a college staff.
Where at?
UNLV. He's a defensive analyst.
UNLV, they just need to bring in like the Last Chance U production team and just film it. Just see what happens.
You know who's playing linebacker for UNLV this fall?
Justin Flo, baby.
Oh yeah.
I still have belief. Am I wrong for that?
You're very wrong for that.
I still have belief in Justin Flo.
He looks pretty, but hey, it's a different game, once you get to the pros. I'm trying to think of some other good college football rumors.
There's probably some ones recruiting wise you could think of. I'm so bad at thinking of these off the top of my head. There's only one very big rumor that's coming to my head, but I don't think we should discuss that one.
John Gruden to Tennessee. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't really think of any others either. But I don't know. Hey, that'll probably do it. It is 11 o'clock. Up next, Steve Sarkisian joins the Stampede podcast with Mac Brown, Vince Young, and Bob Balu to preview the upcoming season.
Wow.
Hey, shout out Vince Young and Mac Brown, but they did steal our title, the Stampede, Longhorns 24/7. So, they better get their SEO right for Google. But anyways, we'll get out of here. Like I said, up next is the Stampede podcast. Go check that out on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay will be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream. And, hey, we'll see you on Monday. Thanks for tuning in, and have a great weekend.